as he wants to leave early at 3 p.m. When I rejected the 3 p.m., he decided it's not his birthday today. So no celebration, unfortunately, today. But thanks, Andrew, for the try. It was good. So for yesterday, we designed the agenda in a way that the board had a lot of time to discuss and to give input and instructions to staff. So we had great discussions. I think at least I enjoyed it very much on kind of sustainability reporting policy programs, public policies on measurement and on work program. Good decisions made, good direction to staff. I think that's very helpful for kind of working during the next weeks up to the September meeting. So thank you very much for that. Today, the main flow of information is in the opposite direction. We will have 2 external presentations, and we will have update presentations from staff. So a lot more input to the board than yesterday. And I'm very pleased that already the first agenda item is an external presentation. And I'm pleased to welcome an individual I have seen presenting at the OECD already, where I was very impressed. And for that reason, I invited Anniken Lip to kind of enrich our agenda for the June meeting. Anniken Lip is the head of the State Budget Development Department at the Estonian Ministry of Finance. She has held this leadership position since 2020, specializing in public finance management, state governance reform, and activity-based budgeting. And Anniken, as you will see, is an excellent follow-up to the introduction to AI we received in March, as she will provide an overview of the advanced technological environment in which the government of Estonia has fostered. I think we all know that every time we talk about technology and e-government and advances made in that regard, Estonia is kind of the lead example. So kind of very, very much kind of looking forward to that presentation. And I think she will kind of tell us especially how they are considering the use of AI. I think that was what impressed me at the OECD, and where I thought I would wish kind of the board would have heard that. That's the reason why I invited her. So with that, Anniken, a very warm welcome to you. Thanks for joining us today. And with that, over to you, Anniken.
Thank you, dear board. I'm very honored to be here, and good morning. This is already evening in here, and I'll try to share my presentation. Yes. So as you heard, I am from the budget side of the public financial management, so I hope I managed to answer all of your very complicated questions later on. And I am a bit nervous for that, but let's move on from here.
No reason, Anniken, no reason. All kind people and questions not complicated, I'm sure.
We'll see, yes. So my presentation is divided into 3 main parts, and in the meantime, we will have questions, and let's see how that moves on. First, I'm going to talk about where accounting meets performance, about our performance budgeting management, how we use data as accounting data also for the decision making, but mainly in the budget process. Then about the data classifications and examples of the products, how we use the data in the dashboards for the decision making. And then the financial management information systems, the main systems that we have integrated, and the strategic management of AI adoption, and where we are with AI in our public financial management and how we plan to move on. So first, the main public financial management reforms that we've come from 2004, 2003, where we started with the public sector accounting reform and started our accrual accounting in 2004. Then in 2010, we initiated the centralization of current sector, current accounting functions of all the ministries and agencies, and started centralization of the support services into the state shared service center. Among of them was the accounting as well. And then our government introduced the state reform concept that was also about centralization, digitalization, and any efficiency or alleviating the bureaucracy. And this was the huge concept where main government sector reforms were kind of integrated. And also among them was the performance budgeting reform. Then we started piloting the performance budgeting with 2 ministries and adopted accrual budgeting in 2017 and eventually performance budgeting in 2020. So the main functions, just to give an overview, are divided in the Ministry of Finance domain, but into the State Shared Service Center and Ministry of Finance. So the accounting, HR, grants administration of our EU social funds grants, public procurement and document management and archiving is all as a business process. They are held in the State Shared Service Center, and budgeting, cost accounting and e-treasury are in the Ministry of Finance. And these are supported by IT agency of the Ministry of Finance. Later on, we can talk about all of the ICT governance, but this is just in the Ministry of Finance domain, just to make it more easily to understand. And now about the concept of the performance budgeting and how we use the financial data for decision making in order to finish this into the technological part. So this is our logic framework for how we try to tie the financial management to strategic management. So to start from the right side, we have Parliament adopted national strategy that we call Estonia 2035 that gives us the 5 broad objectives to move on. It's about people, about the environment, about the governance, and these broad targets. And then we have government adopted development plans that we have, where we used to come from the situation where we had like 3 or 4 national strategies and over 100 of development plans on the government level. And now we've moved to having 1 national plan and then 16 development plans. But yeah, these are the main government goals to move on. And for the ministers, they implement the development plans through the programs. And the programs are divided into the program activities in order to receive results. And these results are achieved through services. So all of the agencies in the government sector are providing services. And from the financial management perspective, we plan the resources and tie them to the support services or service activities in order to provide the services. So we have cost accounting from this side. We have service management in the agencies, in the authorities, public authorities, and these services are provided in order to achieve the impact goal of the programs and eventually tie this with the Estonia 2035. Where we measure the finances is up to the development plans, but in this long-term impact, that there is no tie, no direct link with the finances, because this is so broad and everything has an impact to there. So yeah, as this is more of the operational side on the left side, then yeah, the more strategic it becomes on the right side, where it has their goals set on the higher level, and then also the goals are measured on the service level and the KPIs, of course. And just to illustrate it, there's another way to look at it is the performance area that we have to tie it in the finance with the development plans. So this is the hierarchy that we kind of tie the non-financial and financial information. So the performance area of any ministry, this goal of the performance area is actually derived from the development plan long-term impact objective. Can be up to 10 years or up to Estonia 2035. And then the sub-programs or sub-goals of the development plans make the programs, and medium-term outcome level make the program activity, and then the services as outputs and results. And in the budget, the limits are set in the program activity level. And since this year also, we opened up it with the bioeconomic content. So this is a view of Estonia 2035. These are the 5 broad targets. And we measure these with SDG indicators that you see below, the colorful ones. And each of the SDG indicators, each of the development plan has to actually tie how they have an input to this achievement of the SDG indicator and into this national long-term target. And this is just an example of welfare, where you see on the left the welfare gets its objective from the welfare development plan, and the goal is actually written there in the right with having that broad overview of the KPIs also. And then it's divided into the programs for senior citizens, social welfare, children, labor market, gender equality. These are actually provided by 2 ministries, by Ministry of Social Affairs and Ministry of Economic Affairs, because the functions of labor market and gender equality are in the Ministry of Economic Affairs domain. And now looking into the Children's and Families program, we see the program activities for family benefits payment, organizing services to support the well-being of children, ensuring child protection, and supporting victim assistance. This is all part of the strategic management hierarchy, and all of these levels have the goal and their metrics. And below these program activities, you see services. So for example, from family benefits, we have the Family Policy Development Service that is from the Ministry of Social Affairs, and developing parenting skills, promoting work and family life. These are part of the services of some agencies. And these are all covered with the metrics or the KPIs. And for example, when we have the family benefits or parental leave, where you can swap with the father or the mother, then we also measure how much of the benefits or the economic situation of the family increased with the swap, because in Estonia you get the family benefit according to your pay of the last year. So for example, if dad was better paid and the swap was done in favor of the father, he stayed home with the child, then the income increased for the family, and we measure this as well among the other indicators in there. So this is an interesting part maybe, because the main idea is for the well-being of the families with children. Here's another example. I'm not going in depth into it. It is a climate and energy and biodiversity of performance area, having the same structure of strategic management and the financing included. And in the right side, you see that all the agencies and ministry integrated to this setup. And we are diving into one program activity, which is directing development, forestry and hunting. And this is just to illustrate the hierarchy of indicators, having this slice of hierarchy coming from bottom up of the services up to how to achieve the impact of the performance area or the development plan. Of course, we have challenges with the quality of indicators, and we are working on it. And luckily, having 5 or 6 years of performance budgeting culture, our parliament has picked up and is also talking about the indicators and asking ministers if the indicator is not rightly measuring its right things or is not quite correlated to the finances, then they ask to make it for better quality or change the indicator. So now coming to the data classification, because we have tried to tie the strategic management with the financial management. So you probably have a good overview about the chart of accounts and budget classification. So in Estonia, they are integrated, and our budget classification is connected to the chart of accounts, but adding some of the elements. So we use the same dimensions in the accounting and in the budgeting, except for one that I will show you. So from the accounting objects, we have the administrative objects, organizations and fund center, budget source, having the different wallets of the financing, budget account, that is the accounting account, but aggregated level. Then budget object, just to measure some elements for the budgeting, for example, with legal obligations or whatever we need to measure. And there's a national level and agency-based coding for this. Then functional coding for COFOG, planning level that I will come back to, grants for foreign funding or projects, internal grants management, transaction partner, cost center, project, and resource and cost object. And this planning level is the one that is used for integrating financial management with the strategic management. So there's a performance area, program activity, and service level, and also voluntary support service activity, and client. And the planning level is not used in the accounting system in Estonia. So it is used for budgeting, for cost accounting, for strategic planning, for the reporting, but not in the cost accounting system, because not in the accounting system, because we use it in the budgeting and cost accounting system. So this is where the accounting information retrieved from the ERP is used with the cost drivers and allocated to the planning levels, starting from the service and summed up then. And each of the planning level, as mentioned before, contain the objective and indicator that needs to actually assess the use of the funding. Just to mention that budgeting principles of the budget entities is mostly the same as accounting principles, having some differences in tax revenue budgeting as time-adjusted cash basis. Pension provisions are budgeted on cash basis, and non-cash transactions are not budgeted. And the budget structure contains revenues, expenses, acquisitions of tangible, intangible, fixed assets, financing budget. And as mentioned before, or if you look into the hierarchy on the right side, all budget components are divided into performance areas, program activities, and program activities are broken down by economic content. Actually, there are programs also, but due to our flexibility rules in the budget, we don't show the sum of the program in the budget, but in the reporting. So program activity is the most important level in our budget structure to set the limits. This is just to give an overview of the actuality in the IT system. So in the cost accounting system, where we use the cost allocation, we also perform the budget implementation report that is used in the financial statements. So this is just one view to it. You see the administration coding for all of the ministries and constitutional institutions, and then different report sheets here, but also the division of the data, having the programs, program activity, economic content. Then we divide fixed and non-fixed threshold in our budget law. Then the initial budget, carryovers, final budget, actuals, actuals past year, calculated carryovers, and actuals of final budget. There is a bit more detailed view just to show that using the different filters, it is you're able to see more of it. So there's a COFO code, grants. We have scenarios for each of the stage of budget decisions, and also the actuals and carryovers. So there is scenario. And there's more detailed budget account here, just visualized in this report. So this is the report that we're working daily. And now examples of the products or the dashboards that we have used for decision making. And as we use in the data, we use the accounting data all together with the budgeting data and the metrics, so the indicators. So this is how we try to illustrate, because when you have lots of data, having the performance budgeting also, then it's easy to get lost into the data and to make the data to tell the story. And this is what we have learned in 5 years' time, and also the matter of importance of that data analysts as well to put together the most important information of the data. So we have worked with our art students budget dashboard. So this is showing on the left side the classical administrational view, and then the performance area from the strategic side. Each of the blue lines are, you could click into some more information, and it shows also the comparison with past year's budget. And then there are more sheets of indicators and analytical view, or also sheets for investments or social benefits, foreign grants, and government's new measures. So this is one of the products to make the budget more transparent. And then budget monitoring dashboard that is renewed monthly. It also shows the data, not as well visualized as the previous one, but still in the same context. Having the revenues, investments, financial transactions, expenditures, and then by performance activities in detail, by agencies, by line ministries. And these are some of the visuals of having internal security program and its activities, and showing also economic classification of these. And we also have one-pagers that we provide ministers for budget negotiations. And then we provide the one-pagers by ministry and by performance area. In this case, this is a ministry sheet, and it shows that the overview of staff, average salary, and the number of staff. The economic content of the expenditure, so showing the comparison with past year. By institutions of this governing area, real estate portfolio, showing the efficiency and the condition, the main projects, and the share of the government's real estate portfolio, as we have centralized the government real estate as well. Then the government budget, the government area budget, line ministry's budget, showing the past year's surplus and the carryovers as well. So it is very nice to see the ministries in the same cabinet discussing one ministry's portfolio and having questions why you are needing more funding because you have so many carryovers from past year where you're going to use this. And showing the activity or performance-based budget, actually, in direct translation from Estonia, this is activity-based budget. Actually, this is performance-based budget, so it's direct translation used in here. Then this is for the ministers, just more to get used of where the most of the funding goes or what are the structure of the budget. And then by performance area, it can happen that many ministries are part of one performance area. So the numbers of the two sheets might not be comparable. And again, the budget is shown here, the context of the Estonian national strategy, Estonia 2035, showing the input into these main fields and showing the connection to the strategy. Again, showing the overview of the performance budget, coming down to the program activities and the finances and the main metrics and the key challenges of this line ministry. These main metrics and the key challenges are also part of the financial statements. So if we are preparing the financial statements of the public sector, we are also giving overview how government has been doing with these resources, and this covers the main metrics of the performance areas of the high-level government strategies and the key challenges and how the surplus, why the surplus and how the carryovers were used. Just for information, this is also one option how we look at the data and how the politicians, for example, use it. This is the key payment database indicators, or there might be a better translation to this, but this is to show who has received in government sector funding from where and for what purpose. And this is directly coming from our consolidated accounting database. And this is giving an overview of for what purpose and from whom to whom does the money go. So these you see here, Tallinn, East Tallinn Hospital, and who were the who paid what, and having the total amount. I have added here the links to each of these dashboards, and you could, if you have any interest, you could click there later. But yeah, this must be in Estonian if the others were in English. Then we also have foreign funding dashboard, also coming from using the accounting information and our own foreign funding project management software, having the real-time data about how much funding we have received from Europe and how much has been used. And then here you could click and find which level of information you need, either by projects, by performance budgeting, by funds, by EU funds, and so forth. Here is another example divided by the performance budgeting or the main policy areas. And also an option to look is the real estate portfolio dashboard, where we have integrated in a map view and by line ministries, the data that is available in the government, and by also real estate groups, by projects, by long-term investment plan also. In this, we have a public part of this dashboard and then internal part for the Ministry of Finance officials. And also it generates a bit of issue of being too public and too vulnerable, maybe for outside environment. So we might then cover something up or just to hide some information. Then we have a public service summary. This has been renewed already, but this gives information about the pay and education levels, service groups, gender, age, recruitment, and turnover. This is all integrated with the financial management information systems. This is collected data, but also used some analytics to use in the dashboard. I'm not going into depth here, but there is more information available on this. We also publish our public service salaries. Yeah, so my salary, for example, is public, and but I probably didn't add here the slide of the dashboard. And also we provide information of the levels of services of local authorities. There is agreement on what kind of services are measured with certain criteria, and you could compare by these fields, and you can compare between different local governments the main elements that would interest you, either housing or mobility and so forth. And this is also the data for here is gained from the various registries, satisfaction reports, and accounting system. And this is not containing any financial information, but this is also about the high-level impact level metrics of SDG indicators and development plans and Estonia 2035. So this is showing how the government is doing in Estonia. So it's a bit autumn here, but these are the same indicators that are used in our financial statements to give overview of how the government is doing. This is just a visualization of this. And this is by Statistics Office, and it's a collaboration with Government Office and Ministry of Finance. So I come to the end of the first part of the concept and how we use data for decision making in order to then move on with the financial management information systems. Feel free to elaborate, ask questions, or share any ideas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Annika. I think you see kind of probably, I don't know how many impressed faces, kind of open eyes. I think I'm already thinking about putting you as a standing agenda item to all projects because that relates to so many projects, right? I think yesterday, for example, we discussed about public policies, shared responsibility for public policies, and how kind of to identify reporting entities for that. And I can already ensure you that the team will kind of reconnect to you, kind of get your input on how you are managing that, because that's extremely informative what you showed us. So just looking around, Judith, first question. Thank you.
Thank you, Annika, for sharing that inspiring information about Estonia. And I have a question about composition of budgets. When we analyze composition, sometimes we have expenses that could be that have a double category. For example, expenses that are primarily classified as agriculture, but and also could be a mitigation or an adaptation expense in order to climate risks. So how do you identify climate expense? Do you have a flag or a separately category in budget, or how do you have this kind of information? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good question. For for starters, I tell we do not have green budgeting, but performance budgeting is a good basis for green budgeting. Yes, we have climate and environment related programs, and we also have Ministry of Agriculture. So they are working in cooperation, and the strategy in order to achieve either of those goals of the many development plans. We have a development plan for agriculture, and we have development goals, not a plan yet for the energy and climate and so on. So they have divided it themselves. So it can be classified under one COFOG, but in our performance budgeting, it can be classified in where it has the most impact. I've seen that those countries who have built the performance budgeting based on the COFOG might have more restrictions in there because they see that it has impact in two sides, and maybe the COFOG function does not describe it the best. But in our case, we did the rearrangement of the strategic management based on the main goals and where it has the main input to. So, for example, our agriculture and Ministry of Climate have co-program for fisheries, for the living fish and the dead fish. I like to joke about it because the food production and the environment. I haven't heard that they have a problem in there, but maybe they could have a problem while we are building the green budgeting, when we are setting up the green budgeting. But as a starters, we would start from the climate-related objectives and see how this is set up and how this current setup would match with our green budgeting methodology, which we don't have it yet, but we know what has been the development in other countries. So I might have not answered your question as a whole, but yeah, this is how we think that probably it is where the main impact is.
Thank you, Anakin. Jakuba online next, and then Claudia.
Thank you very much, and a great presentation. I really appreciate it. I used to be very interested in technology, so I have some question when it comes to technology. I would just like to know, is it self-developed technology or you buy it from the market? That's the first one. Is it an open source technology or otherwise? So as in the government, we have strategic information as well. So I'm wondering in what way you can assure a security over that databases. And indeed, I saw that you also have some visualization technology somewhere. My question related to that is it public? Everybody can go through and visualize the way you want it and consume those data? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jakuba. Anakin, a lot of good questions regarding technology, data security, openness.
Yes, thank you. Very good questions. As a next presentation, we are going in depth of each of the softwares, or because we have custom-made products and we have box products that we use in our financial management, all of the, I would say, ecosystem. And we have some developments there as well. So I'm going to talk about it, and I have a visualization about it. So I think it's better to answer your question as part of the next presentation. But what comes to this public, can public use of these data sets and dashboards, then yes. These that I showed you are all publicly available, but these are predefined so that we have designed those for the benefit of a user. And we also do, as for us, we use them as a product. So we ask the public, the probable beneficiaries, do they receive the information what they would like to? Is it mostly beneficial for them? And then we make changes. For example, the budget dashboards as built up as a service design. So we asked the potential, for example, journalists, our national audit officer, then students and citizens, and how and what kind of information would they like to see in this kind of dashboard. And that's why we ended up with so many pages, because everyone wanted to see something differently. Like, I need to see investments with all the source codes, and the rest wanted the metrics, or then the analytics. I need to filter myself. But also all of those dashboards the data is downloadable in CVS, so you can use it, and also AI can use it. So if you ask in some of the AI elements, so they are able to use this data as well. How we assure security as of these dashboards, as this is public data, then this is I think is not an issue. But yes, now when we are taking this our software into cloud, then we have security problems, and we do this risk management. This is an issue of how much we can trust the cloud service. And many of our products right now are on premise, and we are step by step moving into the cloud. And as you will see later about our strategic concept, our government is eager to get everything into cloud. So we really work on the security issues as well, and this is part of our digitalization strategy as well.
Thank you, Anakin. Going to Claudia, and then Abdullah, and then Sung Jin.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your inspiring presentation and showing the good practice of modern financial management presentation. So I can share some insights from Switzerland at least. We also have performance budgeting, and I was quite impressed when you said the indicators you present are consumed by the parliamentarians. We are also presenting indicators, but we see less interest in indicators. Even a discussion about indicators I hardly can see so far. So congratulations how you convinced your users. And I have a question regarding, I'm not sure if I get it. I understand you use accrual budgeting, but on one of the slides you said non-cash transactions are not budgeted. So, for example, depreciation, it's one of the key expenses which should be in an accrual budget. So maybe you could just clarify what it is. And I'm quite impressed by all the dashboards. We has very less of these. We trust in the old style presentation, but we work on, maybe we use as an example how we can present it in a modern world.
Thanks, Claudia, for that. I told you, Anakin, many points of interest here, and to connect further in the future. So you will receive a call from Switzerland as well, I guess. So, but going back to the accrued budgeting, I think I was kind of stumbling about the same topic as Claudia.
Yes, thank you very much. Very good questions, very on spot. I start with the metrics and the parliament. And to my surprise, yes, the last discussion of financial statements in the parliament, it was the only thing they discussed was the KPIs. And you can imagine we were all very happy about it. And they even made some suggestions how to make the the KPIs part and justification better in the financial statements documents. But this also means the more quality for our performance reporting. But it all started with the public and also those politicians who were setting their platform, also critiquing performance budgeting, and they try to take the key indicators out of context. And this sounded very funny when they are taken out of context. And this probably also generated interest in public and the parliament to start discussing the indicators themselves. So luckily in our finance committee in the parliament, there are like 4 previous ministers. So now they're really working on asking good questions about the indicators and the relation of the objectives and the funding. But coming to the depreciation, yes, actually we do budget it, but it is not shown in the budget itself. This was because we used to have it in the budget, but Parliament was struggling with the understandability of the budget. And then we worked together with the Parliament to establish the best structure for the budget, for the performance budget, because it includes the strategic part, the performance hierarchy, and the economic content. And we all realize that we need this hybrid model because the older version of only having line items budget was not informing the decision maker, and having it only by strategic structure wasn't too popular either. So now it is a hybrid, and we needed to kind of eliminate those data sets that the Parliament was telling that it's too much for them. So we, for the budget structure, we also aggregated some of the economic content elements as well, but they are still there. But depreciation is planned, but it's not shown in the budget law. And it's planned in very detailed. Yeah.
Yeah, so moving on, Abdullah Zongjin, and then I think we should move on because I want to make sure that we have enough time to talk about AI. As I told you, I think you presented so many interesting information for all projects on our work program that we can discuss the whole day with you, but unfortunately we don't want to hold you up for the whole night. So probably two more questions and then move us on.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and promise to make this brief and short, and would help me understand better the coming presentation. Just is the budget being prepared centrally, or is it by every ministry they are doing it? The second question, when it comes in one of the slides, you talked about the carryover for the programs from the budget. Is it being reviewed, or is it just one time approved and that how it carries forward? Because wanted to know that how it's going to be reflected in your GFMIS or the financial system. The third point is about shared services and how they locate. Is it a stand by itself entity, or is it embedded within the different ministries, and how the articulation for the governors between the relationship, or for the relationship between those ministries and the shared services? But again, thank you for the presentation.
So very short, but 3 questions. And
yes,
again,
I try to be quick. The budget information system is provided centrally for all of the current institutions. So they just plan it in the same system, and then it is aggregated into the budget. Of course, there's the modeling part as well for the cost accounting. The carryovers, yes, is enabled only for 1 year, for most of the expenditures. This was initiated for the performance budgeting, because if you had some surplus, then probably you had some of the objectives that you didn't achieve, so you would want to achieve it for the next year. But of course, it needs to be justified that it is to be used only for the same objective. And our parliament is very interested. Also, they each spring ask all of the ministries justifications, and they have the hearings about it, and also why it wasn't used past year and what was like undone, not achieved. And about the shared services center, then yes, the shared service center is in the Ministry of Finance domain, and this is more about HR, the procurement, and the accounting, and maybe also some services of grants management and so forth. But there are some other centralized agencies also. For example, if we talk about IT concept, then we have IT agencies that are centralized as well, providing the infrastructure, for example, for everyone. And this is Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Justice domain now. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Anakin. So last question, Sung Jin, will be asked to be brief.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I learned a lot. I'm going to make a quick, short question about the way the cost accounting information is used. And you mentioned that Congress also use performance indicators. When you mentioned that Congress use those performance information, both of cost information and also performance information, or just about indicators only? Probably the cost accounting information is used in Ministry of Finance when they prepare together budget, but I'm interested in the way the cost information is used in Congress side as well. Can you tell a little more about it? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the Parliament uses the information that is provided for them, and we always try to provide it together with the financials. So non-financials together with the financials. And as the budget is based on the strategic goals, for example, the program and program activity, then the information is presented why this program activity is needing these resources and to achieve this target. And it's always, the budget applications are always for 4 years, because it's for the state budget strategy as well. So Parliament has the state budget strategy and then the budget application in front of them. And they also use the budget dashboard. And yes, your question is very good in the sense that in the budget dashboard, we really want to add the line with the finances as well, because there's the indicators, but not in this sheet. There are not the finances yet. But the Parliament also uses budget database, and in budget database we have provided them. It is the same system where all of the agencies plan their budget, and they have their special corner in this software, and they can click on the line of the budget, for example, and then they can dive into really detailed account level of what kind of services are planned into this program activity, for example, for children benefits that we looked before, and which agencies' costs are part of it, and for example, heating cost uniforms or whatever, the pencils that are calculated in there, and also the KPIs on this, then the service level and program activity level are provided for them. It's just they also need to be very good in data to read all of this data. But we provide training as well.
Thank you, Anakin. I would suggest we move on. I know there are kind of very interesting slides to come, so I'm very kind of eager that we see all that. So if you just could move us on. Thanks for kind of being so patient with us, answering all our questions.
No problem. It is my pleasure. Yes. So what is that makes our governance paperless? The main elements is we have the X-row data transfer for all public sector. So it's public sector and private sector data exchange is enabled through this. Digital e-identity card that enables us the legal digital signatures and e-invoices of digital e-invoices that is directly linked to our ERP system, and self-service portal for government sector, doing all the HR activities, and public sector digital document management. We have an ongoing centralization going on, but everything is electronic for now. It's just there's like 7 separate systems used between ministries, and now we are going to have one of those. And this is also supported by the centralized accounting and unified charge of account budget classification, so that everything runs and is comparable. So about our financial management information systems, the main is ERP. It is a SAP product. It is on-premise currently. It is the older version, and we have announced a new procurement for this. So it's for the financial management reporting and all, the many functionalities that you know already are in part of it. Then we have e-invoice management, that we have a private partner, and each of the 5 years we need to procure and renew the partner. Currently we have Fitec. Employee self-service portal. This is custom built. We call it RTIP. It is just a name. It enables to do all of the officials. For example, if I apply for training or travels or my classes, then I can do it easily in this system, and it's connected to the accounting system. Then the public procurement register, where the register codes are then exchanged with the financial management system. E-treasury system, that is custom built, sorry, it's not written here. And structural and national funds management, this is where we do our grants management. This is just for enable the flow of the project management easier. And cost accounting, where we also do plan currently the budgeting through the cost accounting analytics. And we insert performance information separately. There is an upload and the Python in between, but still we used to have a separate system for strategic management, but it was the UX was very bad, so we abandoned, moved on with Excel, and now procuring a new whole system. Then budget planning and reporting, the older version. So as the cost accounting is SIS product, having 3 different softwares included for data preparation, allocation, and reporting. Then this budget planning and reporting is SAP product, is very good product. Some other countries are using it as well, but for us it is an older version, not supported anymore, and doesn't enable us to do the cost accounting that we needed. Then we have consolidated financial report system. That is the public sector entities data is inserted by their own systems. They have the reporting already set up in their system, and they click a button for the financial reports monthly. So this is where the consolidation is performed. And this is how we have divided our products. So you saw the payment database. Here we have all of the saldo data available also for the public. It's a bit of older version. Then this is EU funding, real time from this system, and then budget dashboards. And they are all integrated and retrieving their accounting information if needed. What the future holds, we are moving to new products and for the budgeting and budget planning, analytics, and strategic management, we have now procured a new partner, and unfortunately it will be announced next week. I cannot tell who it is, but it was very interesting procurement. We had 4 offers, and very nice to see what the systems enable to do, but these are all SaaS, so it's cloud service, software as a service products. And also this ERP, we are on tender currently. We know that we are tendering this SAP product, and yeah, it is the product will be the same, but the partner is unknown yet. And I would say that AI also is going to be, the AI availabilities is going to be tied on these products as well. Now, just an overview of our cost accounting system. As I told, there's 3 software. So we have modeling, data preparation, and reporting. And this reporting and visualization has actually, when we started with it in 2020, not many of public authorities had their own reporting system, which was like where you could test and drag and drop all of your data. And the agencies have learned to use it immensely and do their own reporting, and also use different other marketed reporting system. For example, if you see here Power BI, we had Tableau for this, and also ClickView. So we use these public products as well. Sorry. And to tie it all together, where I told you that is the data exchange that make it all available. So we have X-Road software that is it is open source software available for everyone, but we have domesticated it, so it's we call it XT. In Estonian, it's the same as X-Road, but this is our national ecosystem for this data exchange. And there's one, again, a centralized IT agency who enables this service. They don't do anything with the data, they just keep up the service for the data transfer. And then we have EID, so this is for the e-signature and authentication. And yeah, now I'm ready to move on with the AI subjects. Any questions on the IT systems?
I think I would suggest we just move on and take all questions related to that then at the end.
All right. So, which I didn't talk about is the e-invoice management system. So here you see it is as any other e-invoice management system, but if you remember our classification, then most of these are written here as well. So these are filled here, and this is the confirmation how it has the workflow from the agency eventually into the ERP system. So the approval line of each level, for example, the finance department, the project manager, the head of the department, and so on. These accounting lines are populated with the predetermined rules, so this is not entirely handwork. And we tried the tested AI option as well, because this provider provides us with the AI availability. And we saw some limitations like accuracy issues, and then too much of human control in order to relieve these accuracy issues. And we found that it's not too cost efficient having this made controls, and also the travel ID is unique, and so it can't be provided with AI. So we thought that we are not ready to use this AI solution, and it was also more expensive. So if current solution costs one agency 20 euros, then with AI it was 200. So we thought we'd wait for the cheaper option, and when it's ready to not to do this many mistakes. This is just an example how the invoice would look in the e-invoice management system. Then the centralized or the IPSASB-based products, the software as a service that we are procuring currently, we have seen that they have this built-in features that are mostly common to many of these that are available on the market. So they have conversational AI that help you to generate data visualizations that you would need, and it offers you and helps you to find the best way how to show the data to you or your manager. And then smart insights to finding then the anomalies in the statistics or in your data, and predictive planning, helping with the scenarios for future events or predicting the trends. So this is what is going to be available for us with the new products. And there are more options as well, but this is the mostly common to many of these products that are software as a service based, that I also saw during the tender. We also have currently planning in the document management and archiving services to find better ways how to quickly register documents and initiate the workflows. In HR, we are looking for ways to use the co-pilot to respond faster to the clients or find the right answers. In the public procurement, we are going to find ways to simplify the procurement process. And in the grants implementation and development, we are working on with the help of co-pilot agent to do the compliance checks, to do the risk assessment, and to provide information on open calls. And in the public procurement, we have currently a pilot where we are developing tools to how to automate the preparation of procurement documents to help it to be pre-filled or offer you answers or to help you fill out the form if you are a small tenderer, for example. Then finding bidders and dispatching the invitations to the tenders to help with the negotiations and compliance evaluation, and assessing information systems architecture and compliance with requirements. So we help to fulfill this kind of KPIs. The time spent for the tender would decrease 50%. Participating companies would raise 25%, and procurement negotiations would also decrease the time spent on it 50%. And the number of IT procurements is expected to decrease 15%, maybe because we are failing with our procurements and we are doing it there over and over. This is a picture of our procurement register, just for illustration. So in order to actually move on with the governance, how to plan the AI, we have the digital agenda. And we have set the goal that Estonia is human-centric, trustworthy, efficient, smart, and resilient digital society. So this is what we want to become in our National Estonia 2035 strategy as well. So we have in our digital agenda 4 main strategic goals. And when first is the IT governance and agentic and freedom-preserving digital state that we want to become. Then in terms of data and AI, we want to become the world's freest, most autonomous and AI-driven state where AI remains under the control of the people. So for this, we need the cybersecurity and connectivity. I just very fast show you the main goals of these fields. IT governance and digital public services. So we're planning for personalized live events-based and proactive public services that we already have well and going on, but more work to come. And clearer accountability and less duplication of the taxpayer, of the value of the taxpayer, and to develop this digital state that is strategically managed. And stronger role of GovTech and to be ready for the doomsday as having the security and resilience. And in terms of AI, we need to build the AI infrastructure that is available for everyone and secure as well. And to provide the toolbox for every business. And also we plan for the cybersecurity, but I mainly move on with the AI part that is currently we are constrained by data integrity and security challenges that we need to enhance the data governance, to implement the existing data policy and governance model to improve the data quality and documentation in government agencies, and to use the potential of open data. Then strengthening AI leadership to establish the governance and accountability framework to build the capacity for the AI implementation, and ensure technological sovereignty to generate national AI development and deployment infrastructure. For this, actually, we have the data quality management legislation set up, but we are dreaming further. So we are dreaming actually to use also AI for helping this. So we are currently mapping our data assets. We have registries, but there's also all sorts of data available, and in the governance, in the government or the public sector, they are divided into smaller parts, or they're fragmented, let's say. So we are still mapping the data assets and defining the ownership. And this is also what we do in the Ministry of Finance. Every day we talk about the ownership of data, and in terms of each of the processes as well. And then acquiring tools and software to provide the public agencies, because so far we do not have a very good software to collect the described data and to describe it in a way that the legislation foresees. And implementing quality standards and enforce the minimum data quality standards in the public sector, and try to deploy AI-driven validation systems. But this is for the future. This is the dream part of it, because we need to ensure the security of the data as well. And the Center of Excellence of Data Governance, in here we talk about, again, the centralization of IT services, and to support public authorities in improving data discoverability, usability, and quality, while sharing the best practices and automating data management. And privacy protection and secure data use, to apply the privacy enhancing technologies to ensure restricted data. This is where we await the support from the IT agencies. And so far we do the risk management, and we rely on the risk management also of the IT agencies. For example, if our IT agency is telling that to go onto the cloud with our budget or ERP system is okay, then we rely on the risk management and we do our own business part of the risk management, and we use the its auditing system. But being part of the business side, for me, it's how much can I trust it, and every day I question it. Expanding open data to improve the availability and quality and reuse of the data is also part of what we do in our data quality management currently. And the part of making the AI available, but having it in a secure sovereign system, we have an innovation project on the way that we call is RWITE, or Reason Reserve. And this would be an autonomous artificial intelligence enabling system for the future for the Estonian public sector. We'll see. It's not there yet. It is another innovation project that has been started by the government. Now I have only 2 slides left. It is the governance structure of IT. The IT is part of Ministry of Justice and Digital Affairs, and we have 2 domains there: digital government and digital infrastructure and cybersecurity. And these are all work together in cooperation of these following IT agencies. And there is more centralization of these IT agencies coming on. But also in the ministries, we have 5 IT agencies, like Ministry of Finance, IT agency, and Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Social Affairs, those who have the biggest services, like the healthcare data or police data, and this. So probably these will not be centralized. And Ministry of Finance Digital Service Strategy is also governing these domains of data management, information security, and technology management and service management. So having the business data and security and technology all together, and working together with the other IT agencies who are providing, for example, the infrastructure for us. So we have the management port for the digital services and so forth. So this should be covered now, all of the main elements of digital strategic planning and how we've come to so far with our financial management information systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anniken. I think, that deserves definitely a round of applause. I hope you have enough hotel capacity in Tallinn to receive all the peer visit delegations which want to learn from you. Probably not only after this presentation, but after many other conversations you have with other countries and governments. And that's just amazing. I think, again, I see so many connections to our discussions here. You mentioned national data assets, which kind of directly relates to our discussion yesterday for intangibles and accounting for that. So that would be another presentation. So you see, you will be on our agenda probably kind of a couple of more times. So I think especially your slide on the constraints of the effective use of AI was what impressed me in Paris in March at the OECD. So I think that's your diligent and thoughtful kind of approach to use AI is what is kind of really kind of convincing me, because everybody is kind of just excited about the opportunities of AI and the possibilities, but kind of to create the sufficient governance framework around that before you start using AI. And I think it is really important. I can just remember one statement of you: we don't let AI near to our data as long as we have not secured that. And that kind of really convinced me. I see a lot of nods here around the table, but don't want members hold up from asking questions. Probably they are just blown away, but potentially, oh, okay, flags going up, Anakin, so I hope you have more time. So it was nearly kind of in the same time, but Noyati was a second earlier. So Noyati, you first, then Andrew, then Abdullah, please.
Thank you, Enke. It's very amazing presentation, and I think it's a very good call a structure for the IT in MOF, your MOF. But the thing is, I just want to know with how you do the change management in your place, because I think that's a lot of other system that I think it's integrated or coordinated. I don't know which approach that you have. And then is it a real-time data, or is it using the EFT protocol, some things? So how fast the real data or the result would benefit or can be accessed by the users? Thank you.
So Anakin, that was Noyati from Malaysia asking for change management and real-time data.
Thank you. Yes, the change management is needed in every subject here, because this, what I presented here, this has been like many years of work of our government and many ministries and institutions. So for us, performance budgeting reform needed a huge change management and the main leader and main supporters. The accounting reform itself is a huge reform. IT digitalization, each of the elements having the X-Road or EID or a document management centralization, these are all separate projects with their own change management structure, their own supporter leader, and these may be also under many different ministers' domains. For example, one minister is moving on with one of the reforms, and the other minister is moving on with another. But what was the main start of it, what I showed you in the first slide, was the state reform concept. So many of these reforms started with the state reform concept because there was the many reforms that were integrated, and any of those reforms couldn't be finished without the other reform. So having this big picture and all the society being interested of how the state reform is going, all of the governance level reforms, and then the parliament asking questions, and even the third sector and private sector actually had interest groups who tracked the reforms. So it was a huge, it was a need of Estonia and the public, and it was an interest of the public. And we also achieved lots of efficiency throughout it. So yes, I think this change management need to be led well, need to be delegated well, and also reported to the public so that they would understand, and also to the officials, communicated what we want to achieve, and we are doing this all together, and this reform is supporting this. And we could have done the performance budgeting reform with those elements either. But having when the data is provided, was the second question, at which moment the data is getting available to the public? Was it about this?
Yeah.
Yes, not in all of the products, the dashboards that I showed you. Not all of these are in real time. because they need a certain structure of or a process to go through. We need to control and fix the data to a certain with a certain timestamp, and then to publish it. For example, the budgeting dashboard. In the budget management dashboard, then we also need that the ministries are providing their data to certain timestamp, and then we kind of control it, and then it's uploaded. But there are others that are real time. Then probably they don't have any elements that might get wrong or need to be controlled. But those are less, because we have a workflow and our control system that needs to be set up before we publish the data. But once it's available, then we know that it is controlled and it's quality managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Anniken. That's very clear. So next question is Andrew from South Africa.
Thanks. Anniken, thank you very much for the presentation. Really found it interesting, and I actually have 2 pages of questions, but I've limited myself to 1. I'll ask you the rest. I took your email, so you can expect an email from me. I think I'm going to combine 2 into 1 question, and it was really what intrigued me. You had a statement there about AI should remain within the control of the people. And that statement really intrigued me from an Estonian perspective. It seems like there's some form of a larger national initiative to put in protection layers or something along these lines. Did I misunderstand that, or is it limited just to the public sector? And with that in mind, you spoke a lot about the potential uses of AI within your government. And I just wondered if you'd had any sort of insight, if you're looking to use public models, develop your own models, for example, how you would ring fence any of those, different AIs for different purposes, how they would speak with one another, just anything along those lines that you can share. Thanks.
Yes, very complicated questions.
Just was about to say he selected the easy questions from his 2 pages, probably.
Yes. Our government likes to be very kind of ahead of their thoughts. So if the AI is under control of the people, yes, we talk about the AI sovereignty, and we talk about the sovereignty of our country, so that we would be avoided of the outside harm, and the information of our people would be in their own hands. But we are looking for the ways to what would be the secure ways and how to build this. This one part of the innovations is the reason reserve that I showed you. But there are many projects that the government has started now. For example, training the private sector with AI. There's a lot of going on that I didn't mention, that was not maybe part of the financial theme in here. And also, yes, there is the agents, of course, that we're building the agents, and we're trying to work out how they would enable us to work more easy, or to provide some of our tasks, and one agent controlling the other agent's work, and then the third one maybe switching between the 2. Yes, but this is in the testing phase, and also in the budget department we are testing, like if we could do some of the works with the help of the agents of Claude. But this is nothing that we can promote yet. This is ongoing work.
Thank you, Anniken. I know that you're 7 hours ahead, and I know that we are approaching coffee break, but I think there is so much interest here. If you would allow to be kind of available for another 10 minutes or so, I would kind of say we use a little bit of our coffee break, because I think we need to use the opportunity to have you and get all out of you.
No, probably I have more time than you have there.
Yeah, probably. Fantastic. So next would be Abdullah from Saudi Arabia.
Thank you for the presentation, and I will try also to be short and limited to 4 questions this time. But but the first, I could relate a lot to your financial system infrastructure because you are having all these solutions that are being integrated. That is good sometimes, but it gives a burden when you are trying to issue your reports. I'm just interested in knowing how you're gonna do that. How you're gonna do that with the upgrade you are going into S4HANA. Second, I saw in the consolidation solution you were saying there would be an upload from government entities for their reports into that. Is there any checkpoints, any control for it, and how is the integration with the budget since you are also doing the analysis for the budget versus actual? Third one, I don't want to be off on this, but once you have or you limit AI to be in control of a human, that means that you're not getting the full benefits from AI. There is an equation, and you would want. I respect that you want to have a governance over that, and that's a dilemma that I'm having in my head. But still, if I'm putting it in the hands or in control of people, am I getting the most out of it? Does it worth the investments that I'm gonna be investing there? Fourth one, which is about the agentic AI. And since you are developing these co-pilot agents, are they being developed for every specific ministry, or are they being just one agentic that could help multiples? My question out of that is not for you, for us to deliberate later. If we're going to be looking into this as an element out of the balance sheet, would that be an asset? Would it qualify to be an asset? And that's for us. Thank you. Okay.
So 4 small questions. One is not for you, I learned.
Thank you. For the reports, yes, where there are many systems related, and we rely on our classification system or the metadata system that enables to integrate all of the data in many systems. So all of the systems use the same chart of accounts or classifications dimensions. Like you saw in e-invoice management, where we enter, for example, the procurement code, and this is used in the ERP and in the procurement system just to tie them, and all the information comes comparable. So we really rely on the metadata management. About the consolidation, yes. For example, well, the government organizations are already in the ERP system, and those public institutions, as we provide financial statements for the public sector, the public institutions who are not part of the ERP, then like for example, the consolidated local government statements are provided to the Saldo system by their own system, having the same formats of the data already. So we have part of the regulation, it is the format already that they need to provide to the system each month. And there are controls, yes, in the system. And then agentic AI, well, as the AI development is very fast, the ones that I showed you are part of the State Shared Service Center developments, where the procurement and HR and developments were listed. And this is, as these are part of centralized services, then this is they are built in this service center, but they are for the use for everyone, because this is for the centralized service. So if, for example, the procurement is made easier, then this is for everyone. But also in each of the ministry, they are testing their own agents. But this is not with the vulnerable data, but with the data that is available. For example, having the handbooks and manuals inserted with the Obsidian brain and so on. There was a question about people, but I only have one word marked down. Could you please repeat the question about people?
It is not about people. It's when you have AI under the control of the people, you're
Yes.
not getting the full benefits from your AI. That's the question.
Yes, I think that the strategy has written in a balance, so that the people is only one side, and then the security, and then the we were dreamed of becoming an AI state. So I think these all have meant to be in balance, but I was not there part of when it was like decided. So I really hope it's not the state is going to be in control of people, or the people would be in control of the state, but it would be a balanced system. Maybe you ask me that in 5 years' time, and I can give you the answer how we have involved with this. Thank you.
Probably a bot is giving the answer then to Abdullah in 5 years' time. So next would be Avi Adrien from France.
Thank you very much. I will have a lot of questions, but not very technical. I would like to take a step backward and which is the whole application of IT and AI in the development of that digital society that Estonia is very famous for. There are many issues that are attached to this digitalization of the society, and I would like to just name 2 or 3 of them. First of all is an issue of cybersecurity. There's also an issue of connectivity. All of them are related to the quality of the IT infrastructure in the country. I see also an issue with the education. There should be a nationwide educational program so that no part of the population is marginalized in the use of these digital society, digital services. And in the end, I see, and this is closely connected to the use of AI, a climate-related issue with the development of necessary data center, which everybody knows are not that ecological in the way they are operated, and the consequences of the use of those data center. So, well, it's very, I mean, it's an incredible project, but it's not a bed of roses, I would say.
So probably more an observation than a clear question, but I see you kind of wrote down a couple of points, and you probably have something to respond, right, to some of Avi Adrien's observations.
Yes, actually, these issues are discussed in here as well, in public and in the government as well. Can't have a good answer to the climate-related issue, but we haven't built this agency yet either. The education, yes, we have school programs, and lately our president launched another about IT and all this use of AI in schools and schoolwork, of how it is beneficial and how it is not beneficial, and so on. And the cybersecurity and connectivity are issues that are dealt with as part of our ICT governance and the strategic management. As you've seen, we have the separate agencies for this infrastructure and cybersecurity, and these are really the issues that are dealt with and audited as well. Thank you.
I think regarding education, I'm not that worried about children in school. I'm worried more about people like me who are barely able to manage their iPhone. So I think it's probably kind of necessary to kind of not leave that part of the population behind. But yeah, leading over to the last question, I would suggest, which is Yakuba from Burkina Faso.
Thank you, Chair. I will try to do it quickly. in my jurisdiction, we are also working on e-invoices, okay? So my question is related, the intent of your system, is it a centralized e-invoicing for the whole economy or just for the government? That's my first question. The second, I noticed that when you presented, the structure of the e-invoice were already there. The metadatas, the workflow, approval workflow were also already programmed, etc., etc. But at the end, you said it is the project is delayed. Is it just cost constraint, or can you explain a little bit more so that we can maybe learn about, from your side?
Thank you. The e-invoice is for public sector, is compulsory, and for the private sector, we encourage. So quite a big percentage of public sector has moved to the electronically processed invoices. And if they need to connect with public sector, then they need to have this. So we have certain service providers who they can use, and I think we had 6 providers for this. And where I told that what I think you meant about e-invoices, if the project was delayed, it was just that we were kind of looking for ways how to use the better option of AI in e-invoice management, but we found that it is not useful yet. So those robotic rules that are built in, these are working just fine. And the AI is not giving any added value to this yet. And on top of it is quite expensive. So this that's why the decision was made that it is too early to use this because it doesn't have any use at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Anakin. I don't see further questions. I know that people might have many more. I do, at least. So I can promise you that you kind of created a lot of more work for you and for yourself. Probably you will receive 18 emails, 1 from Andrew and 17 from the other board members, including me. So no, thank you very much for your availability, and thank you very much for the great presentation. And can I just kind of ask board members to again kind of give a round of applause? I think that was fantastic.
Thank you, and thank you for the wonderful questions. And I don't mind having many emails from you because this is subject to my heart, and happy to answer and happy to discuss on some subjects.
Same here. I think you felt that we share the same passion. So definitely you're in good company, and we will connect to you. So thank you very much for your time and for the work invested in the presentation. That was fantastic, and for the patience with our questions, of course. So thank you. I would suggest that we break for coffee now. I think we can afford having 30 minutes coffee break still. So if members could be back at 11:15, please, 11:15 back here in the room. Thank you very much. So can I please ask to take the seat again? So the next agenda item, we stay on the topic of AI, but we try to relate that a little bit more to what does it mean for us. And as you have seen from the agenda, the next presentation is also an external presentation in the sense that it's not IPSASB. Of course, it's not external as it is IFAC. As you see, talking about the intellectual property and the use of AI at the IPSASB, and I'm very happy to introduce you to Michelle Brody. Thanks, Michelle, for your patience as we are kind of running 15 minutes late, but thank you for waiting for us. For many of you, kind of our next speaker needs no introduction. For some, it does. So Michelle Brody is the head of intellectual property at IFAC and has kind of on many occasions provided updates to the IPSASB already. And today, Michelle will provide an overview of the updated intellectual property policy, explaining why it is important in the context of AI especially, and provide a preview into the IFAC AI policy that is being developed currently. So very interesting, especially after kind of the presentation we just heard regarding the opportunities, but also the concerns regarding AI. With that, welcome again, Michelle, and over to you.
Thank you so much. Great to be here today. Let me just get my slides up and we can begin. Okay, can everybody see that okay?
Seeing it, yes. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So thank you again for having me. Many of you will know that over the past year, the IPSASB has been focusing even more so on IP than before, how we manage and protect the IPSAS brand and the copyright around IPSAS standards. So we've seen this reflected in discussions around trademark usage. You may have noticed that within your handbooks, the way that we refer to the standards have changed a little bit. New publication types, the value of IPSAS content, and more recently, the opportunities as well as the challenges that have been presented by artificial intelligence. When people hear intellectual property, it can sometimes sound like a legal or administrative topic, but in reality, IP really does sit at the heart of some of the board's most important strategic objectives. Because really what we're trying to do when we talk about IP is to ensure that we protect the authority and the integrity of the standards, that we support adoption and implementation activities, that we are able to manage translations and other derivative works that really help support adoption and implementation activities. And additionally, it increasingly plays a role with how IPSAS content is accessed, summarized, and consumed, particularly in an AI-enabled environment. So today, what I thought we would do is spend a few minutes discussing those themes through a practical lens, why IP matters to IPSASB, how seemingly small choices can strengthen or weaken the IPSAS brand over time, and then how emerging technologies such as AI are causing us to revisit some of the assumptions we've historically made about ownership, control, and most importantly, the authoritative status of the standards themselves. So again, my goal isn't to turn anybody into an IP lawyer here, but rather it's to provide some context for the discussions that we're already having and to explain the rationale behind some of the policies and practices that are being considered as we look ahead. So why does IP matter? So as I said, sometimes it can seem like a bit of an administrative exercise, the dotting the I's, the crossing the T's. And when we want to promulgate the standards and encourage adoption widely, it can sometimes feel antithetical in nature. But there are actually some very real practical and strategic implications to IP. So the first is reputational. We want users to trust that when we say something is IPSAS, it's actually IPSAS. A lot of times we focus on good faith users, the people whose hands we want the IPSAS to be in. But there are also bad faith users that we need to take into consideration as well. When IPSAS standards are misused, or when the IPSAS brand is misused, there could be fake certifications or courses, modified or incomplete standards, or a misuse of logo. And we'll get into this in just a little bit as it relates to AI specifically. Fundamentally, trademarks are a label, and if the market can't trust the label, then the standards have the capacity to lose a level of authority. There's also practical considerations. Oh, sorry about that. IP protection is what allows us to control both quality but also access. So, for example, when it comes to translations, if translations are done out with an agreement and those translations aren't assigned back to us, we don't own them, which means that we can't share or license them with other organizations and jurisdictions that might benefit from them. It could lead to inconsistent versions in the market if there are multiple translations out there. And as I said, an inability to share at all. And then, of course, there's also the strategic value. IP is about value, both real but also perceived. Brand is a signal of quality, and that supports the adoption as well as funding and sustainability of the standard setting process. When you reinforce value, people begin to see and internalize value. There are quite literally psychological theories out there wherein consumers use price as a mental shortcut to judge quality. And we can look at the change in revenues once we took in conjunction with the IPSASB board, the steps to update our valuation of the standards and enforce them across existing licensees. So over the last 3 years, our licensing revenue has increased nearly 8 times. And again, that was just with existing licensees. We still have a lot more work to do in that space, but it's an incredible sign of how much that IP underpins strategic value. The key thing here really is demonstrating that value begets value. And, to a degree, it's why investors like to see revenue associated with products. IP allows us to do this when it comes to something like the IPSASB board. So if IP helps to protect authority, integrity, and value of IPSAS, what does that actually look like in practice? So one example is trademarks. Trademarks are a critical IP asset. They're often one of the most visible IP assets an organization has, because they're how users identify the source of the information and how they distinguish authoritative content from everything else that's in the market. So in other words, trademarks are really about trust. When someone sees IPSAS, we want them to immediately know where it came from and that they can rely on it. And that's why seemingly small choices around how we refer to the standards might have a bigger impact than we might think. So again, trademarks, one type of IP asset, and the wonderful thing is that I know it's one that the IPSASB staff have been doing a lot of work on. At a basic level, trademarks are really about keeping IPSAS as a brand and not letting it become a generic term. What does that mean? So the key concept to remember about trademarks is that they are adjectives, not nouns. Not that I think anybody needs a grammar class refresher, but for those of you who perhaps, unlike me, were better at math than English back in the school days, adjectives are things that modify or describe nouns. So for our purposes, if standards are the noun, they are the thing, IPSAS is the adjective, it modifies it. It describes what kind of standards they are. Therefore, when we're referring to the standards, we really want to try and use IPSAS standards rather than the IPSAS or IPSASs. And I know it feels natural to say IPSAS or IPSASs because the S already stands for standards. It's like saying something like, can you Xerox photocopy something for me? Or can you take the escalator moving stairway? Or can you hand me a Q-tip cotton bud? It feels technically redundant. But here's the catch. Xerox, escalator, and Q-tips were all once trademarks, but they are no longer trademarks. And the reason for that is the more people used it generically, the more it lost its protection until trademark status was lost. So Xerox is no longer something that is a brand because it's so generic, given that people use it so frequently. And that's fundamentally what we want to make sure doesn't happen with the IPSAS brand. That's not to say that if you slip and you say the IPSAS or IPSASs, we automatically lose brand protection. It's just a good reminder to be mindful and use trademarks in the appropriate way where possible. And now we get to the topic du jour, and I know that there was a lot of interest in this topic as well with the last presentation. So at first glance, trademarks, copyright, artificial intelligence might seem like very different topics, but they're actually all connected by the same underlying question, which is, how do we maintain the authority and integrity of IPSAS standards in a changing environment? With trademarks, as I mentioned, we're concerned with how IPSAS is identified and represented. With AI, we're concerned about how IPSAS standards are accessed, how they're summarized, how they're interpreted, and how ultimately they're relied upon. In many ways, AI is just the latest challenge to the same objective we've been discussing all along, ensuring that when people engage with IPSAS, they're engaging with information that is accurate, authoritative, and trustworthy. And they're also doing so in line with best practices and our relevant policies. And that's where AI comes in. So everything we've discussed so far, reputation, control, value of trademarks, is really about protecting the integrity of the IPSAS standards and IPSASB as a whole. AI doesn't change those objectives. It just changes the environment we're pursuing them in. So as you can see up here, same questions, just new technology. Who owns the content? Who controls the content? Can users trust them? Does it substitute for the official standards? And this is something that I've been doing in my role as head of IP for almost 10 years at IFAC. So it hasn't changed. It's just the technological environment in which we ask those questions has changed a bit. So AI doesn't introduce entirely new risks, but it does amplify existing ones, especially those around ownership, accuracy, and control. But what are those risks? In some cases, you just don't know what you don't know. In a lot of conversations that I had, both internally and externally, I think we've assumed that there's base knowledge of understanding what AI is, what the risks are when we talk about AI as it relates to IP. But a lot of those are just assumptions. So I wanted to take it a little bit back to basics and give a little bit of a condensed overview that'll allow some of you to understand this topic a little bit better. And with apologies to the IPSASB staff who have heard this anecdote multiple times at this point, I wanted to start out with a fun little anecdote. So copyright is an IP right that protects original works of human authorship. If no human creates something, the question is, who owns it? So enter the monkey selfie case, which is why we have a photo of this beautiful macaque monkey here. So in 2011, which far predated the advent of AI, a photographer set up his camera and he left it unattended. A monkey named Naruto took several photos, including this lovely smiling selfie that you see on your screen. And it became the subject of a copyright dispute. The question was who owned it, who could commercialize it, who could utilize it. In short, the US Copyright Office determined that the monkey selfie is in the public domain because it was indeed taken by a monkey, and copyright protects works of human authorship. So as a non-human author, this piece, no copyright protection attached to it. So there was no ownership and anyone could use it however they saw fit. So what is important about this in a slide about AI? Well, because of course, works produced by AI are works produced by a machine. And so it raises similar questions. Who owns it? We'll delve into this a little bit more, but I also wanted to set out two separate and distinct considerations when we talk about AI, because often they're talked about a little bit interchangeably, but they're two distinct topics that both deserve a little bit of attention. So what we put into the tool is the input problem, and what we get out of it is the output problem. On the input side, the risk is really about control. So it's what I sort of do in my day-to-day job. Once you upload a draft, once you upload proprietary content, you lose control over how that information is stored or reused. You might lose it because you've put it into an OpenAI tool that trains on that content, and so it becomes dispersed widely. You might also be infringing somebody else's IP by uploading content into an AI tool that you don't have the right to use in that way. Because again, remember, copyright protects authorship and all the bundle of rights that go with it. So the ability to reproduce content, to translate it, to incorporate it into a new work. Those are all things that are owned by that copyright holder. On the output side, the risk, and this is where it's perhaps even more pertinent to IPSASB, the risk here is about accuracy and authority. The content may look polished, it may look credible, AI sounds very confident in what it says, but the fact is that it can be incomplete, incorrect, or misleading. Both matter, but for different reasons. One is about protecting our content at the source, and the other is really protecting the integrity of how the IPSAS standards are presented and ensuring that they're not substituted for whatever AI is outputting. So I wanted to give just a brief example of the output problem. So I went into ChatGPT and I said, gave it a very simple prompt, which said, summarize IPSAS 16. Now, I did this a couple of times, and each time I asked, the result was slightly different. But I wanted to show you just two of the sources that it picked up when giving a summary. So the top source came from a 2021 draft of the standard as adopted by the Maltese government, which may or may not be faithful to the original version of the standard as issued. The second one came from the Kenyan IPSASB. So the input risk is really about the potential to lose control over content, but the output risk is really reputational because, for example, AI can potentially act as a substitute for official standards. People may not delve into where the source came from, may not realize that it might be inaccurate, and they may rely on these summaries rather than the actual IPSAS standards. And again, the risk is that they may be incomplete, outdated, misinterpreted. The key thing here is that AI can describe the standards at variously competent levels, but they're not the standards. So AI and IPSASB, let's take it a little bit narrower and try to make this a bit more relevant here. So if we accept that AI can produce outputs that are incomplete, inaccurate, or potentially substituted for the authoritative standards, the next natural question becomes, what does that mean for IPSASB in practice? So before I get into these, just a note that IFAC has drafted an external AI policy, which will be published shortly. We're just showing it at the IFAC board, which is taking place this week, and then it will become public. The general gist of that policy is we are not trying to prevent the use of AI because it would be a moot point, right? AI is here. There's no point in discussing whether it's good, whether it's bad, whether it should be used, whether it shouldn't be used. It is. But the key thing that we're trying to do is to enable appropriate safeguards around that use. And the way that we do that is the way we've always done it, which is if an organization wants to utilize our content in an AI tool, they come to IFAC for permission, and then via the agreement, we're able to put in place the parameters that create a safeguard to the extent possible. So when it comes to the use of IPSAS materials in AI tools, as a board, we don't want to just think about the technology itself, but we're thinking about how to use it in a way that protects the authority of our standards, the integrity of our due process, as well as the confidentiality of board deliberations. And that's really where some of the policy discussions underway come into play. So as we think about AI, we're also beginning to think about governance at a broader level. So as I said, the issue isn't, is AI good or bad? It's how we use it in a way that protects the integrity of the standards and the board's work. So one area under consideration is the use of public AI tools to summarize IPSAS standards, to put it in and give a output, a sort of brief summary, or be able to locate something quickly. The concern isn't that AI can't summarize the standards, although as you've seen, it still does struggle based on where the content is drawn from. But it's that those summaries can become a substitute for the standards themselves, despite being potentially incomplete or inaccurate. It's this emphasis on the substitutability risk and also diversified funding risk that we're trying to manage. So again, the issue with substitutability is you don't want people to not come to the IPSASB handbook, to the IPSASB website to look at the standards and just be using what pops out in an AI tool. There's a really big risk there. When it comes to diversified funding, we actually had a call with a licensee recently that noted that their biggest competitor now isn't other organizations in the same field, it's AI. And one thing they asked is, what guarantees or assurances can we give them that licensees have value to their license, to the content that they're licensing, and that content will not simply be accessible to AI tools? So that's something to consider as well. So we're currently in the process of considering what a volunteer policy would look like, because we have an internal IFAC AI policy and then we have this external policy that's going out, but volunteers sort of sit in the middle a little bit. So we're trying to think about what a reasonable policy looks like. But we are sort of navigating towards an area where you can use AI for a plethora of things, but taking the standards and just uploading them into a public AI tool is too great a risk when it comes to the accuracy of our content, the ability to protect our content, and again, those brand and reputational issues that we talked about. I know AI-enabled note-taking is another topic that a few people have brought to me as well. These raise slightly different concerns. These tools can be extremely useful, of course, but they often require meeting content to be transmitted to third-party systems for processing. Because board discussions can involve confidential or unpublished material, especially closed sessions, our current view, and I know that the IPSASB has a sort of a similar policy, is that these tools shouldn't be used during meetings unless they've been specifically reviewed and approved. And at this point in time, given the preponderance of tools, we haven't reviewed or approved any sort of single note-taking app. One question that might come up is whether there are technical solutions that can prevent AI tools from using or scraping IPSAS content. There are certainly measures that we can and are exploring, such as metadata and machine readable signals that basically indicate that content shouldn't be used for AI training purposes. And these might become increasingly important as the technology develops. But the key thing to remember is that unfortunately, no technical solution is likely to be the complete answer. So ultimately, our strongest protection really remains maintaining the authority of the IPSASB as the authoritative source of the standards, encouraging responsible use of the standards, and ensuring that users really understand the difference between IPSAS standards and AI-generated summaries of those standards. So in many respects, the greatest protection for IPSAS in an AI world isn't technological. It's articulation of brand value, what we talked about at the outset, and ensuring that IPSASB remains recognized as the authoritative source and that AI-generated content is understood to be derivative, non-authoritative, and not a substitute for the standards themselves. But to end on a slightly positive note, I am a self-styled techno-optimist, or at the very least a techno-pragmatist. And I think AI is an incredible tool if leveraged properly and if appropriate safeguards are in place. So we can use AI as a starting point for research, for comparison, for drafting support, and even translations if utilized appropriately. But that appropriate use is why IFAC needs to maintain ownership and oversight over how IP is used, because without it, it can go sideways very quickly. Also remember that there are obviously different levels of IP. Standards are the crown jewels, but if you're drafting a short presentation or a couple of paragraphs of text, it becomes much less of a risk. Again, I've reiterated this point a few times, but I'll just end on it, that the thing to really continue to do is to emphasize official sources, maintain consistent naming, be cautious with draft content, and critically treat AI as a tool, not a substitution, and not as an authority figure. And from an IP perspective, if you're not sure if you should be using something in any given way, the simplest thing to do is ask. I am here for any questions. I'm always happy to help and give any sort of guidance, and be there to ensure that you are able to leverage the very good work that AI can do while still making sure that the standards are appropriately protected. And that's it. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. I think that was incredibly interesting and incredibly relevant as well. I think you kind of on one of the slides mentioned new kind of products with the ISRS standards as an example, but I think, and we will talk about that later when we talk about implementation initiatives, new different material will be produced, which is kind of like education material, implementation support material. And the question is probably kind of comparably important as for standards. How do we protect that in the remit of our brand, and how kind of do we avoid that this is simply copied or whatever? So I think very relevant and very timely. Thank you for that presentation. A lot of content to grasp again, but I'm sure members also have questions. Hervé Adrien, please take us off.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, tricky question. You said IPSAS is an adjective and not a noun, so we should use IPSAS standards, IPSAS's in some instances. But why do we say and make use of IPSAS 1, IPSAS 13, IPSAS 16? Means that IPSAS is a noun. Okay, so because if we number the IPSASes, there are nouns. So okay, so something that's not very consistent in this matter. And I understand, I mean, the theoretical issue, but practically it's very difficult to apply. Now, about the risks, you mentioned a volunteer policy to discourage uploading IPSAS standards into public AI tools for summary or analysis, but well, obviously there's a supply and demand issue there, because of course users of the standards need to, I mean, ease their work by summarizing the standards sometimes, or analyzing the standards. Now, is IFAC in the position or has the intention to develop a specific AI tool for use by standard users, so that it would be an AI approved tool? Because otherwise people would go to public AI tools and make use of the standards, download the standards, and make use of them to summarize the standards. So the question is the future in developing a specific IFAC AI tools for helping the users to analyze, summarize, or conclude on the interpretation of a specific standard, while agreeing that AI is the beginning, is not the end of a use of a standard, of course. Okay, but it's very important, because you say that as an appropriate safeguards is the use of approved AI tools. So what is a approved AI tool? Who approves the AI tool for summarizing standards? Or okay, so this is a general question about the use of AI on standards.
Thanks, Hervé. And Michelle, direct response to that?
Sure. So the IFAC is not planning in the near future to develop its own AI tool. However, it is exploring collaborating with potentially some of our members who do have the resources and who have kind of made headway in this area to support them in their development of an AI tool. Additionally, I guess there's a bit of a difference here, right? So we are allowing the licensing of our content to AI tools and to providers that we feel are kind of trustworthy. There's obviously disclaimers associated with that, because you're right, we can't look at every AI tool and determine whether every output is correct. So one of the ways that we prevent against this is with disclaimers, to continuously emphasize the fact that these are not the official standards. These are not a substitute for the standards. They might be a starting point, but that you must always consult with the final standards when it comes to using those tools. But when you use something like ChatGPT or any kind of open AI tool, you don't have those disclaimers, and they're also not being utilized by sort of trusted sources, while simultaneously training their AI tools on this content and allowing organizations that don't have an appropriate license with IFAC to potentially make use of this for their own sort of unregulated tools. So again, we're not trying to preclude the use completely. It's about putting those safeguards in place and ensuring that the organizations that we license it to are using them appropriately, that they're sort of trusted organizations, that there are appropriate disclaimers in place, and that they always navigate users back to the source of the authoritative standards, which is IPSASB, to ensure that what they're looking at is in fact accurate and not solely relying on that AI output.
Thank you, Michelle. Yakuba has raised his hand, and then I have a question as well.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to come back to Adrienne's point on uploading the standards in an AI tool. As Adrienne said, what I'm seeing on the ground, IFAC try to protect the PDF format, etc., etc. But yet, people are still using OCR technology or taking photo and posting again and again those standards in the tools. So it seemed to me it will be tricky to prevent people to use those tools in that way. So maybe if you can have more practical opportunity or solution, because we need to have some tools at the hand. But I can understand the risk you are pointing out. But at the end of the day, the technology is coming, it is evolving. I don't think we can afford to be aside, okay? So yeah, maybe IFAC should consider a technology as well. This is what I'm thinking. I really appreciate the way now, if you go on the website, is it IFAC or either standard setter, you can find IT technology related to the standards, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, for some use, it is very difficult if you cannot copy and paste or capture and post, etc., etc. So thank you. That is a big concern to me.
Thanks, Yakuba. Michelle?
Yeah, again, I think it's worth pointing out what I had said previously on the slide, which was these aren't new considerations when it comes to AI. They're the same considerations just with the new tools, because as you rightly mentioned, we've had people who try to take the standards off our website. So we put in some kind of practical protections in place, like locking the PDF. Now we're putting up, gated content. So you need to be able to log in. You agree to the terms of use when you use them. So I think that's the first important piece, which is to say that these aren't new considerations, but AI, and in the same way, AI doesn't make it that those considerations no longer matter because of the tools that are in use. And then the second thing that I just really want to continue re-emphasizing, because I think, what maybe you're hearing is either everybody can use it or nobody can use it. And so it's all or nothing, and that's not what the case is here. The tools are, well, they're here, right? And they're only going to expand and grow and quickly because of how this technology is progressing. So again, the goal isn't to restrict use of tools completely, but it's to ensure that they are being used appropriately under the same IP and licensing framework that we always have. So in the same way that we don't want somebody to take our standards, make a course and say, this is IPSASB certified. It's the same thing. We don't want somebody to take it, put into an AI tool and say, if you use this tool, it's now IPSASB certified. You've gotten the appropriate information that you need. So it's not precluding use. It's just making sure that the use is commensurate with our policies and to the extent possible, because again, it's never going to be foolproof, right? We're a small organization at the end of the day, and there are hundreds of thousands of individuals who are using these standards. So yeah, you're right. We're not going to be able to 100% lock everything down, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't use best policies and try to the extent possible and ensure that our IP is protected to the extent possible, because it has a lot of value and we need to protect that while still obviously being practical and understanding that people want to have access to tools to make this easier. So that's where we're coming from, but noted about taking it back to IFAC, that having tools of our own would probably help soften that blow a little bit.
Thanks, Michelle. I think you mentioning that IFAC tries to ensure that our brand is protected as much as possible kind of connects to my question. And I think the question has multiple aspects. I think when we think about use or misuse, I think there is probably a gray zone because I think there are multiple forms of using our outputs. The question is, is it still in line with our policies, or where does misuse start? So that's the first point where at least I would need more guidance. The second is when it comes to the question of, yes, on one side, we are acting in the public interest, so we want people to use our products as much as possible, but on the other side, we want to protect our brand. We want to generate license fees. So how do we balance that? And that is certainly definitely also not a new aspect. That's not an AI specific issue. But then I think that leads me to the question of what enforcement instruments do we have as IFAC, IPSASB, if we identify misuse? Are we going to sue governments, or what's the idea behind that? If you see, okay, a government is using our standards, but they are not paying license fees. So what's again, what's the measures, what's the balance between use, misuse, and enforcement mechanisms?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's a great question because a lot of the work that we do in the IP department is very much about trying to the extent possible make this an even balancing act, recognizing that IFAC and the IFAC ecosystem, including the IPSASB and the other standard setting boards, that the goal here really is to promulgate. And how do we do that while simultaneously protecting our IP? So in terms of misuse, if I kind of go in order, it's always going to be a gray zone because as with anything legal, it's not always cut and dry, right? I think the key thing to remember when it comes to trademarks is, again, it's a mark of trust. And if there's confusion in the marketplace about who is using that and whether something comes from the source or not, then that could be considered a misuse. So if somebody's using it to say, I am a member of the IPSASB, or here are the IPSAS standards, unlikely to be a problem. If somebody's putting a logo on their training product or a software product, that could potentially create confusion in the marketplace and make it look like this is something that has been endorsed by the IPSASB board when really it hasn't been. So it's really about that confusion in the marketplace. That's the key thing to think about when it comes to use of brand and logo. In terms of the balancing act and the leverage, no, we're not a litigious organization, and certainly if governments are using our standards, that's what we want. So our first port of call would not be to sue them for use. It's honestly, it's a conversation, and it's something that we're working on right now, and we've been working on for the past couple of years actually, is a reconciliation exercise where we're identifying what jurisdictions have adopted the standards, who has an agreement already in place and who doesn't. And that first step is just having a conversation, leveraging our members where we can to help us have those conversations to say, wonderful, we're so glad that you're adopting these high quality standards, but you need to do so under the auspices of an agreement like all of the other jurisdictions that have adopted them already have. So, it's about having those conversations, entering into the agreement. And then, the fees are always a little bit of a sticky point, but we really do charge nominal fees. It's to recognize the fact that our members and the profession is funding this, but you have a lot of other players who are benefiting from the use of these standards that they haven't supported really monetarily. So it's a nominal figure that really is used to help continue supporting the development and maintenance of these standards, which, as I'm sure you all know, is quite a substantial undertaking. And so that really is the main enforcement mechanism. I mean, have we had to historically get legal involved when there have been some really bad faith actors? Yes. But I don't think we have ever gone to court. That's not our goal. That's not our intention. We're resource constrained to do that. So it's really about having the conversation, articulating the value and importance of the standard setting ecosystem and making sure that they get onto an appropriate agreement for use of those standards.
Thank you, Michelle. Important clarifications, I guess. Ross, and then Andrew as probably the last question before we move on then.
Yeah, just wanted to come in on this point, especially because the staff have been working with Michelle for a few years on the arrangements and getting the IP agreements in place so that we can increase, I like the way you put it, Michelle, the value of the brand. And just want to make clear that in doing that, that's money that's available to IFAC to continue to put into standard setting and maintaining, thinking about how we support things like improved handbooks in the future with digital handbooks, and looking into some of these technology solutions that clearly are becoming more and more needed. But I just want to thank Michelle and her team for the work, because we were the first of the related standard setting boards that kind of really took a step back and, again, as accountants, asked ourselves, what's the value? What are governments that are using these standards contributing to the development of standards? And do we have the right price levels? And we came up with a model that we took to IFAC and we've been taking forward. And again, there's a lot more work to be done to get more and more of the organizations contributing based on how they're using the standards. But it is all about protecting the standards and hopefully helping with the sustainability of the finances for IPSASB. And thanks, Michelle.
Thanks, Ross. Andrew?
Thanks. Michelle, I think you and Yakuba had an exchange earlier just around, for example, locking down PDFs and restricting access and these things. And I guess in our jurisdiction, so we recently had a conversation around this, with our licensing agreement around the IPSAS, and it caused mass outroar. The question I guess I have in my head around that is, we say that we don't want to prevent people, for example, from using the standards and using AI tools to produce a summary for themselves or do a translation that perhaps they only use, etc. So there are, uses of these tools that do help people in their day-to-day tasks. And I guess my question is, to what extent do we then start to limit and inhibit their ability to actually do that by locking down PDFs and these things, for example, and how effective that's actually going to be? Yakuba mentioned there's OCR technology, for example. I think there's a multitude of ways to get around that. And I think it takes me back to your point where I really agreed with you there. It's making people aware of what's the authoritative source, really. And to me, that is almost the most effective mechanism. I do worry about locking down and these other things in terms of access and people's ability to use the material in a way that seems fit. And honestly, the way the future world of work is going to go, right? We're all going to use these tools. We have to be effective. So that was just one question. The second one is, have we benchmarked our activities just around the sort of protection? We're not the only standard setting board here. What the other IFAC boards are doing is probably similar to what we have. But have we looked at, for example, the IFRS Foundation just to see what they are doing and if we're comparable to them? Thanks.
Sure. So I'll work backwards. No, we haven't undertaken any sort of formal benchmarking, but that's a great suggestion and one that I'll certainly take away. Knowing IFRS and some of their IP policies, I would expect that probably their policies are a little bit stricter than ours, just in general with how their IP policies tend to go. In terms of the effectiveness and limiting access. So again, sort of the same thing we've been talking about in terms of the balancing act. In terms of effectiveness, quite effective, I have to say. A lot of permission requests that I get in are individuals saying, we tried to copy and paste this and we couldn't. Could we have a Word file? And the thing to remember as well, right, is that IFAC is a member organization. Our members have licenses with us and they have access to it, and they can put the Word files onto their intranet and everyone can have access to copy and paste. So again, it's not about trying to limit access. It's about trying to make sure that the access is done appropriately via the licensing model. And yes, of course, there is technology to get around many things. But I don't think that is the approach that we should take things from, to say, well, there's an exception or somebody will find a workaround. That's true of many things. People will find workarounds to people's passwords. Does that mean we shouldn't have passwords to our bank accounts and to our socials? No, even though there are bad faith actors that are liable to be able to act in bad faith and get access to those. So recognizing that there are always workarounds. The goal, and really why we're presenting this to the IPSASB today, is that it does start at board level, is to kind of reinforce that everything that we're doing is in service of protecting the investment of our members who contribute to the development of these high quality standards, protecting the integrity and the authority of the standards in the marketplace, and protecting the sustainability of the standards development because of all the great work that we're also doing with licensing. When you remove any protections, when you remove any IP, when you say anyone can take it and do what they will with it, we don't have any leverage then. There would be no reason for any of these organizations to license from us to help support the diversified funding initiatives. And so again, it will always be a balancing act as AI progresses. There might be better mechanisms that help lock it down. There might be alternative ways that we handle it. So there might be a more international licensing model, sort of with like music copyright. They created a new licensing model where there was a central point where music would be licensed and then populated out. It might be sort of the same thing with IP, where there's a central licensing database. They license the content, they pay royalties or whatever the fee might be, and then they populate it out with the appropriate disclaimers. So it's an evergreen space. It's evolving. I can't say I have all the answers right now, other than it is a balancing act. It's one that we're trying to walk that fine line and ensure that there is access while still making sure that all of those really critical things about IP are protected.
Thanks, Michelle. I think that probably brings us to a close of this session. Definitely, it's a continuing discussion, Michelle. That's not a one-off. I think we are currently thinking about evolving our strategy. And I mentioned already that kind of we are thinking about kind of creating new products as a response. This is actually a confirmation of our brand, because this comes not out of the blue. It's a reaction and kind of response to stakeholders coming to us and saying, can you please create and support us with additional implementation support material. They are not going to the market, they are going to us, they're coming to us, and that confirms kind of it has a value if it comes from the IPSASB directly. And with that, I think more questions are on the table. How can we protect that of obviously kind of existing value of our brand? So a very important discussion, and thanks for all your work around that and helping us keeping the flag high. That's fantastic, and just echoing Ross in kind of saying we really appreciate your work and your support in that. So thank you very much for your availability today. Definitely continuing that. So that brings us to the next agenda item with only 30 minutes delay. But I promise you we will catch up until lunch. And I'm sure Saya will help me in that. Welcome, Saya, to the table. We are kind of now getting a debrief of yesterday's breakout group discussions. Thanks again to all members for contributing to that. I kind of walked around and listened to all three groups, and it was amazing kind of the level of energy and creativity in that. And I think we have quite confirming results in a sense, right, Saya?
Yes, thank you. I echo Thomas. Oh, sorry. I echo Thomas's comments. I think we had really great discussions yesterday. It was very productive. So thank you to everyone who participated in that. Just in terms of what we heard overall, the feedback was very consistent amongst the three groups when Ross and Dave and I and Thomas got together afterwards to talk about what we'd heard. So that's good to see. Overall, we heard there is support for taking on the climate-related and other uncertainties in financial statements project, continuing with that, to continuing building off the work that Emma's already done and adding those public sector examples as was already decided by the board on Tuesday. Taking on provisions, the targeted improvements project when the ISB project is complete. And intangibles, the key message there was be ready to start when the ISB project is complete or closer to complete. Obviously, we can be monitoring that project, but we can't take on fully beginning it until they're closer to completion. And then the other key message we heard was slow down the development of new standards, have more of a stable platform for our stakeholders so they can catch up, implement those standards well that are already out there, and complete our current projects and focus on implementation support. And staff will flesh out what that will look like, and we'll bring that back to the board in the future. So overall, a lot of feedback for staff to take away and think about for the September meeting to develop formal recommendations of what exactly to add to the work program. So I will be back with that in September for you. So just want to turn it over to the chair to ask the group if they agree with my summary. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Saya. Again, I think we don't want to repeat the discussion of yesterday. So I think the purpose of kind of having a kind of open round now is to kind of just confirm whether what Saya just presented to us is a fair summary of kind of what you perceived as having been discussed in the breakout groups. Is there something missing? Or would you confirm kind of what is here on the slide? Because again, as Saya said, she will kind of take that as kind of a starting point to develop further thoughts and present that to us in September. So kind of, can we see or hear confirmation, Andrew, something is missing?
It's perhaps just a timing difference. So I don't think something's missing. I think it's fairly consistent. I think just from my group, and I'm speaking to some members of the other group on the intangible assets project. At the moment, it says here, ready to start when the ISB is complete or close to completion. I think we rather said work with the ISB, for example. So as they continue on their project now, we can almost follow and educate members as we go through with it. So bring some of their examples and their papers. It doesn't have to be every meeting. It could be every 6 months, to our board to educate ourselves around those, a public sector example every now and then, and work with them as we go through a lot of these issues. So I know my group definitely spoke about that, and I believe one of the others did as well.
Ross, come in on that.
So I struggle a little bit with that as a full-time project we would do. So that would require one of the staff sitting behind us to have a full-time project, just following another standard setter and bringing it, because we wouldn't be able to actually do standard setting until they're done the work. And I don't believe that's a good use of staff time, given everything we're trying to do. What we could do is we could have updates from time to time from the ISB like we had yesterday, sharing where they are. But until they put an exposure draft out, I think it's not efficient use of time for us to be creating examples or ideas based on things that aren't final yet. So I would say I wouldn't be supportive of having that as an active project, and I wouldn't think it'd be a good use of the plenary time of the board to be doing that. I think there are other mechanisms, but I just want to put that clearly on the table, because it feels like a project for us as a board to do that actually our stakeholders are going to be watching, wondering, when are we going to start to see the outcome of this? And I don't think, based on how we're linked to IS 38 now, we'd be able to meaningfully start changing the standards until they're done their work.
Andrew, can I just have a confirmation of, is that what you meant to have, an active project being kind of on the work program?
Whatever label we want to give to it, I agree we shouldn't be writing a standard or developing an ED or anything along those lines. But I think they're discussing some fairly complex issues, and I think it takes a lot of time to get through some of these issues and complex things. And I think we've seen that through COV and trying to put that into intangibles now. And the discussions we had in at least our group was, I think we all found it pretty useful that we would walk with that, go through some of those examples. It would also enable us to then respond faster once the ISB project is through. So I agree, it's not a full-time staff position. And as I said, maybe it's only every 6 months or something, but would be more beneficial for one of our staff to be able to bring that and translate that into a public sector world, rather than just a presentation from the ISB. But that was just our view. But agreed, not a full-time project to develop an ED at this stage.
Thanks, Andrew, for the clarification. I think Dina wants to kind of relate to that as well. And then Angela.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you as well for bringing. I think overall as a summary, it's sufficient. But in our work group, we had a similar discussion about the intangible asset working paper, or the standard itself, because it's one of the emerging issues, right? We saw the entire day-to-day, the AI, how we record it. From our constituents, we are receiving a lot of questions whether how to record this. We want reflected in our financials, but currently there is no standard that we can refer to. So waiting till the ISB finished the project and then starting, I really, because I don't have the timeline here, I really suffer how we're going to do this. Having this update or working with them in a joint group, I think this will be actually more beneficial for our constituents. This is from my single point of view.
Thanks, Dina. I'm just kind of directly relating to working with them in a joint group. I think might be on our wish list, but there needs to be two to kind of to do that. And I probably, from my perspective, I can say there is no appetite from the ISB perspective to work with us, because they say we are setting our standard. We don't care for public sector. So as much as we would wish to do that, they just say, we have enough problems on our table kind of coming from investors, not looking as well kind of at your perspectives. That's just kind of facing the reality. I think we could wish to do that, but again, as for a marriage, it needs to be two people, right? Angela.
Just on the same thing, I think we were in a different group, weren't we, Dina? Are we in? Yeah, so all three groups were very strong on this, because this is exactly the conversation, and the conversation of the intangibles went as soon as the ISB issue, the constituency's expectation is that we would issue as soon as possible after. And given the nature of the discussion, therefore we would need to be well ready. Now, what tools or what that looks like. I mean, we didn't discuss, so that's where we would rely on the staff. But there are some fantastic AI tools that can do all sorts of summaries of their meetings. But no, the tools on how we do it, but there was such a strong push for that. And I think we also acknowledged that actually that investor lens could be different from the public sector lens. So I'm of the view that it's the same asset, regardless of whether it's held for financial or operating. But I think there was a sense that investors were looking for more disclosure, whereas I think possibly in the public sector with the huge investments, there may be a sense that how do we best get these on the balance sheet to reflect that capital investment in the traditional sense. So I don't know the issues, but it says to me we need to be a lot more agile and ready to go and think through some of these challenging questions. That's, again, my experience from the COV and Intangibles project as well.
Ross, coming on that.
So I think the intention would fully be to start the project when we're at a point where we know where they're going to land. But even their project in the last 18 months has moved from probably, I would say, a more opportunistic, going to change the recognition model and have more intangibles available on the balance sheet to more of a disclosure approach. And that's happened, quite quickly. So my concern is more about how we deploy the staff resources efficiently and effectively in standard setting and the other activities we've been talking about. If the board wants a full-time or even a part-time update on this and we come up with a model to do that, that's fine. But we're taking resources from something else that we could be doing. That's the point I'm trying to make. And from my perspective, the things that we're bringing to the board in terms of projects do need a certain level of maturity to come to the board to have useful board discussions, because we're not a think tank, we're not a research group. So we need to be doing standard setting. If some members want to volunteer to be part of an offline group to start working on this with staff, we could start to have some discussions. But I do think we need to be really careful in how we use the plenary time and the staff resources. And, we can go away and think about this more, but.
I think that is what I would suggest. I think if there is consistently from all three groups coming the request for doing something in that area, we should consider that. Again, potentially it might be the creation of something like a review group, monitoring group of what the ISB is doing, but that would require your availability as well. Couldn't be staff doing that on its own. So let us take that away and see how we can cater and find a balance between not using too much staff time, because again, as Ross rightly said, and you will hear that later on in the agenda, there is a lot going on and a lot with what requires staff time and staff resources. So I suggest we try to find a middle ground, how we can cater for that request on one side, and on the other side do that as much as possible in a resource efficient way. So anything else or any other comments regarding the fair summary? I don't see that. So I think you have a homework.
Yes,
We all have a
thank you.
homework
Thank
to
you
do.
very much, everyone.
But thanks for confirming that. I think that was very helpful. And again, thank you very much for your creativity and energy yesterday. I think it was amazing to see. Probably you had to force yourself to stop for the Women's Network. But yeah, I think it was a very good input. So thank you very much. And thanks, Seya, for the works summarizing that. So that brings us to the implementation initiatives. And I guess that's again the double E team, Edwin and Emma. This time Emma didn't promise that it's going smooth, despite of she's presenting. So she learned from last time. Yeah, no cocktails, no pisco sour, encouraging you making bold statements.
She didn't want to promise that, Thomas, because I'm starting the presentation. So
Oh, you're starting.
she's ending it. Though.
Okay, then that's a kind of a reasonable downside. I can see that. So, Dave, why don't you try your best and kick us off then? The slide is already kind of very promising with implementation and initiatives. Very good slide. Great start, Dave.
So
thank you.
So I'll move to my first slide where everything fits on one slide. And I'll give a little background. The reason why we wanted to give this update and overview is because there's a lot of work going on by staff behind the scenes, a lot of staff initiatives, responding in part to what we heard from the Public Sector Standards Forum last September, to roundtables, and then what we discussed yesterday at the feedback to the work program consultation, and that's we need to support implementation better. So in order to do that, we've launched a number of implementation initiatives or staff-led initiatives, and all that work's going on behind the scenes during the quarter, and you don't see that. And that to some extent will always be true. But what happens with these staff initiatives is the output of these staff initiatives can lead to work program work for the board. So it's important that you know what's going on and what's in the pipeline. So we have this really great slide, and in giving this overview, I asked Eileen if I could borrow one of her slides. She's giving a strategy update later today, so she'll give a detailed explanation on this. And I was told I could borrow the slide, but I couldn't go into too much detail. I couldn't steal any of her thunder. So that's coming in a few hours. But I did want to put this up and just very quickly illustrate that the balls up at the top, those are all the issues that the IPSASB staff is hearing about. And the initiatives, the FRIF, the SIF, the IAG, that kind of acts as a funnel. And staff's working with those and talking to stakeholders and finding out, really trying to dive in and understand what the issues are. Those come out and they kind of go into two broad buckets. One will come to the IPSASB, and those are project related issues, and the other are materials that need more implementation support. So what you're seeing, this is the first iteration of it. We're going to do these implementation updates as a standing agenda item, where we'll update on all the 6 or 7 initiatives that staff are leading on. And again, the real purpose is, I guess, twofold. So you know what's going on broadly, but also you can see hopefully a quarter or two ahead what we think is going to be coming to the work program and the board's going to have to make decisions on.
Definitely not going to steal any of Eileen's thunder on the slide, but I just wanted to highlight that this is also a bit of an evolution of some of the things that were added in the last work program with the PIRs and the application group that we agreed were part of supporting implementation. It's just the kind of evolution and taking it further. So those are baked into all these initiatives as well. So it's not all completely separate from board activity.
So before I turn it over to Edwin, I'm going to go through the initiatives really quickly, some of which Edwin and Emma will talk to in a little more detail. I'll start with the implementation forms. The first is the financial reporting implementation form. Really happy to announce that we had our first calls with the implementation form on May 12th and May 13th. Thank you very much to Abdullah, who's the chair of that initiative, and really important from a staff perspective, coming from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where they've got lots of implementation experience. So a really good leader who's got his hands on what the issues actually are. Had some really good presentations that Emma will go through in more detail, but we talked about consolidation, how to apply the definition of control in the public sector. We talked about consistency of accounting policies in the consolidated entity and the individual entities within that group. And then we also talked about administrative items paid by different levels within the organization. And I noticed as I was thinking about this earlier today that I need to thank CAG members, because CAG members supported on 2 of those and provided presentations. So thank you to Amna, who's at the back of the room, for presenting on accounting policies, and thank you to Agnieszka for sourcing a presentation on the definition of control. So CAG support everywhere that we go. What the board is going to have to provide some guidance on, what we're going to ask the board to provide some guidance on later when Emma talks about this, is whether the definition of control, we've heard this for a while now, is the right place for the FRIF to start its discussions going into Q3 at its next FRIF meeting, or whether there's another area that we should look to. And we'll also talk about a survey that we had at the end of the meeting and what we heard from that. The next implementation form.
Can I just for a second jump in? I think what comes out very clearly is that those initiatives, whatever we talk about, have not to be seen in isolation, because if we talk about kind of 35 and whether 35 should be kind of the topic for the next FRIF, we talked about 35 being a subject for PIR. So I think that's kind of where we then would intend to kind of take the information which we get from the FRIF in order to define questions for the PIR regarding the same standard. So this is where it all interrelates, and I think that's the beauty of kind of the ecosystem and the evolution of the ecosystem, which Dave just indicated, and we will hear more about that.
Thanks, Thomas. The next form I want to talk about was this sustainability implementation form. Not a lot to update here in Q2 based on where the board was in its work. The SIF didn't meet in Q2, but the SIF deserves a lot of credit for the thinking around a number of these initiatives, particularly the FRIF. The FRIF is based on how well the SIF is working, and we said early on if the SIF was a success, we knew we'd have to develop one for the financial reporting side. So again, nothing to report specifically on meetings with the SIF, but staff thinks we'll have one in Q3 2026 in order to prepare for some of the issues that you're going to discuss in Ghana in September. Next is a new initiative, and probably one of the biggest initiatives the IPSASB is taking on, and that's IPSASB Explains. This is the material that staff is developing to support on the implementation of IPSASB standards. So not just IPSAS standards, but also the IPSASB SRS standards. And what the staff moved forward this quarter was we developed the mission of this IPSASB Explains initiative and identified the standards that we wanted to begin work on. We think that we'll provide modules and PowerPoints and examples related to IPSASB SRS 1 and IPSAS 51. We picked those two because there's lots of support from stakeholders. There's a lot of demand there, and since they're newer standards, we have good staff experience around the table to move those forward, and probably just where we've heard a lot of questions come in from stakeholders on how to apply these to, particularly around sustainability, as you would have heard over and over again, that the project can't stop with the standard. We have to keep on going with implementation guidance. Next is the IPSASB application group. I won't say a lot on this. Everyone's going to go through each of the, I believe, 7 issues that the group talked about this quarter. Wanted to highlight that 7 is the most we've ever had, so there's more and more interest in this group. Really good, because this is an important initiative, and as Ross said, one of the first initiatives we started coming out of the 2024 through 2028 strategy. One key point to highlight here is that for those of you that are on the IPSASB website all the time, and particularly the IAG website, we've developed a database now. It's an interactive database where you can start typing in keywords, and the database will shrink down. So something that our IT team took a lot of time to develop, and something that we worked on many iterations, but I really like it. And I think it's really good for our stakeholders, and it should be very easy for them to see what the IAG has discussed.
Again, something kind of which connects initiatives, as we kind of like for the FRIF learned from the SIF. For the FRIF, we will also learn from kind of the establishment of the database for the IAG, because the purpose is in the end to have kind of a comparable database for implementers to go to the database, type in a keyword, and find presentations, solutions, and advice from kind of past discussions at the FRIF. So that's kind of, again, we're kind of initiatives are not only connected from a content perspective, but also from kind of like learning from experiences made in one initiative, using it for another initiative. I think that's also very, very important to mention.
I think that's a really good point, Thomas. We are moving these initiatives forward quickly, and another reason we bring these to the board is for your feedback. If there's things you think we should do differently or improve on. The database that was developed for the IAG was something that took us a while to develop because we didn't know exactly what we wanted to look like. And then we found another example, and that's what we based it on. So I guess the ask to board members, TAs, or observers is if you see something that you think we can improve on the website or how we communicate with our stakeholders, please share that, because all these initiatives are new to the IPSASB, and we're moving them ahead so we can help stakeholders as quickly as possible, but we're always looking for ways to improve on that. Next, I'll move to the IPSASB research form. So a little bit of an update. I'll remind you, back in March, the IPSASB discussed research topics that are of interest to the IPSASB going into 2027. What we've done there is Emma, who leads on this staff side, she took all those comments and prepared the call for papers that she reviewed with the academic advisory group chair, Andreas, who's left for the day, but they've gone through and they've agreed on what the call for papers will look like for next year. So that will be released at the end of June and announced at the IPSASB research forum at the end of June that happens in a few weeks in Malta. So the only update there is that, like I said, in a few weeks, we do have an IPSASB research forum where 5 papers will be presented. And those 5 papers will be presented to the IPSASB at the September meeting in Ghana. So you can see the research has happened, and we'll talk about how that feeds into your projects when we get to the meeting in September. And then the last one, and Thomas, you did a good job touching on this, was post-implementation reviews. Not a lot to update here, except that already from the FRIF, we've heard an area that might be a good place for the IPSASB to start with its first post-implementation review, and that might be around the definition of control. So no decisions to make there, but this is a good example of where we wanted to update you on what was going on with these initiatives and how it might feed into the IPSASB's pipeline of work going forward. Thomas, that's it for me. I'll turn it over to you, Edwin, and Emma.
Yeah, thank you. And before I give over to Edwin and Emma, I have to say that Emma felt encouraged to make a promise again. And she promised that they will be finished by lunchtime, 1 o'clock. So with that, Edwin, speed up and lead us into your initiative.
Okay, so I will summarize what the IAG did.
Andrew wants to directly respond to Dave.
Sorry, it was just 2 thoughts, David, as you were going through. I think the one was, it sounds like we're going to have multiple of these databases now. We've got a FRIF and an IAG, and we've got IPSASB Explains, and you may have issues that appear in all 3. How do we help people navigate and link between those? Are we, in the ISP, they've got the green book that if you read the authoritative paragraph, it kind of refers you to the others, so it's linked and you can see the flow. Are we going to do something similar? Just wondered if we'd had any thought around helping people navigate all these various sources now that we've got. The last one, just on IPSASB Explains, I don't know if we will ask the question, but I'm going to give you my view in any event, is IPSAS 51, I don't know, is perhaps the best financial reporting topic to start with. I'm not sure people are jumping up and down and saying, this is the most prevalent issue that we need help with, as opposed to something like PP&E, for example. So just a question on that.
Ross.
I agree with you, probably not jumping up and down saying we need help. We've been thinking about it for a long time, but I would say it's probably, out of the standards we've issued, other than SRS-1, the one that we've got the most people coming to us with great interest about helping move it forward in terms of adoption to conserve natural resources. So I maybe call on Renee to come in after I'm speaking, because she's been involved in many of these discussions, and there is quite an interest in the broader conservation community around having accounting guidance that actually aligns almost perfectly with their conservation aims, and even praying some very nice words to this board that went from an accounting approach to get an outcome that aligns almost perfectly with what they're trying to do in a lot of the ongoing conservation initiatives, including the Paris Agreement, where it talks about protecting natural resources. Our standard gives them a platform to really have conversations with governments from an economic perspective that they haven't had. So that's one of the reasons we've prioritized that one being new. I think alongside that, we'll probably have to do IPSAS 45 because it builds off of 45, and that is definitely one that, to your point, is probably more fitting. But that's why we picked 51, and I think, Renee, if you wanted to share a little bit about that, I think it might be interesting for other members to hear.
Yes, thank you, Ross. I had the pleasure over the past few months to connect very intentionally and meaningfully with the nature finance community. I attended a conference back in February, and I was there on behalf of the IPSASB. I was invited, and then thanks to staff and Thomas was able to be there on behalf of the IPSASB. When they learned that we had a standard out, they wanted the accountant at the table. They needed the accountant in that conference. The conference included some governments, but also the finance community, institutional investors that are begging and wanting to have instruments and structures and frameworks in place to have effective nature investing, and those that are trying to protect and conserve intact nature. How do we bring intact nature into the financial statements to make it more visible to decision makers, and not just continuing to destroy it? There are projects in place right now that are trying to attract billions of dollars of private capital to intact nature assets like the Amazon forest, for example. So there's a lot of appetite for it, and they see IPSAS 51 as a key piece of that overall puzzle to help sovereign government bring visibility to that critical infrastructure asset that gets no visibility today in financial reporting and economic decision making. So that's a good summary, I think, of where things are at.
Yeah, thanks, Renee. Thanks, Ross. 100% agree with kind of your observation. If you would ask the FRIF, what would be kind of the point to start developing implementation material, that wouldn't be IPSAS 51. That would definitely be 45, kind of 19 or something like that. Or, but definitely, I think what probably the benefit is that in the context of sustainability reporting, there's a lot of tailwind also for a standard like IPSAS 51, kind of to have that in connectivity to kind of develop both SRS1 material and 51 material in connection and start with that. But fully agree. I think there are different perspectives where you could argue where to start with. I think the important thing is that we start. And I think we kind of see a lot of external support as well in the context of sustainability reporting and the discussions around that. We see a lot of external support also for 51. And I think that's a little bit selfish just to benefit from that and say, okay, if you want it, help us kind of developing it. And then we start with that. So I think that's probably the point as well. So, Edwin, Emma, the pressure has increased, not your responsibility, but your duty.
Yes. Okay, so now I will provide an update of what the IAG did in Q2. So, as Dave said, we received 7 queries from constituents in this quarter. We've managed to talk to the IAG about 6 of them. For one of them, the fact pattern didn't look quite right, so we're going back to the submitter to get more details, and we will bring that back in the next quarter. So during the quarter, there were also 6 final IFRIC agenda decisions. Unfortunately, they were actually published after we talked to the IAG, so we will be looking at those in the next quarter. But out of the 6 agenda decisions, 5 of them actually related to IFRS 18 presentation. So I've been talking to Eileen, and we'll make sure that it's worked into the presentation project, so the IAG will not be looking at those. The one remaining agenda decision was on leases. So for that one, we will be talking to the IAG in Q3. Okay, so the first issue that we received was we had a constituent asking us about how to classify the issuance of mint gold certificates. So these are certificates that gives the holder the right to redeem gold. And for clarity, this gold is not monetary gold that is held by the government for foreign exchange purposes. It's really just gold inventory. So separately in the same question, the constituent also asked us how to account for special drawing rights issued by the IMF. So in terms of the mint gold certificates, what we confirmed was that there is no real restriction on when a holder of these certificates can redeem the gold. So as long as they redeem it in increments of 0.01 grams, anyone can just go to the issuer and get the gold inventory. So because of that, we saw that it was really a pre-sale of gold. So the the resulting accounting for the issuer is that this really results in a binding arrangement liability, i.e. you have a payable essentially on your books to deliver gold whenever someone asks for it. So this is actually very similar to how the constituent is accounting for it now. So we basically just confirm to them that, yes, the current liability is correct. On the special drawing rights, we actually do have specific guidance in IPSAS 41. So we really just pointed the constituent to those two paragraphs that I've listed on the slide. So for them, they're actually holding a special drawing right. So it will be a financial asset as described in the implementation guidance to IPSAS 41. Okay, so I'll pause there for any comments. What the IAG concluded was because there's already guidance on both of these issues, there's really no need to start a standard setting project or develop any other type of education material.
Thanks, Edwin. Andrew, as chair of the IAG, anything to add? Okay. Questions? Okay, doesn't seem to be the case.
Okay, the next issue was on the applicability of IPSAS 44, so assets held for sale and discontinued operations. So we had a question about whether IPSAS 44 strictly applies to assets held for sale, or can it also apply to assets that are to be donated or transferred to third parties? And the reason this question came about is that the submission noted that in the definition of disposal group, it refers to disposed of by sale or otherwise, but there is no explanation in the standard about what this otherwise means. And also the submission pointed to the fact that when the word disposal is used in other IPSAS standards, it has a much broader meaning than sale. So the IAG looked at this issue and they looked to the basis for conclusions in IPSAS 44. And it was actually very clear that the board intended this to only apply to assets that were held for sale. So for something that you're holding for donation, that would actually be considered still holding for use, even though you're giving it away. And therefore, it would not fall into the scope of IPSAS 44. And the other thing that the IAG discussed was in the context of the other IPSAS standards, the disposal that is talked about there is really about the recognition of the assets. So because of that, it has to cover a broader range of disposal in terms of situations where you could lose control of the asset without having a sale. And staff also sat back and thought, look to IFRS, and we saw that for IFRS 5, the use of the term disposal is also very different from all the other IFRSs. So because these standards are all aligned between IPSAS and IFRS, you would expect that type of difference when disposal is used in a separate context. So based on all that, the IAG's conclusion was that because it was so clear in the basis for conclusions, there is really no need for us to put out any additional guidance in this area. Okay, so I'll pause there.
Can I have either confirmation or otherwise from board members? Do you agree with that? I think actually it's a very relevant case, right? Because you see kind of, if you're kind of working in the field, you see different rules for kind of transferring your asset from one entity to the other or from the public sector into the private sector. So that has really relevance. So Angela.
Thanks, Chair. I have been thinking about this, and I think people have been potentially using, before we actually introduced 44 into the standard, kind of the analogy that in the public sector you may not have it for sale, but you may be transferring it to settle another obligation somewhere else, and potentially there is a sort of a sense that you're no longer using it for, I don't know, whatever purpose you have it in PP&E, but it's signalling that perhaps over a financial year, I know the idea is that it's to stop the clock, to, put a spotlight on it, if you like, on the balance sheet to say it's no longer part of my PPE, long-term sort of generating services or whatever. It's now subject to a negotiation. And it may not be for sale, but it may be using it, particularly maybe Indigenous land, now using it to settle an obligation, maybe in an arrangement. So I don't know if it's as clear cut as donation, you know, so you've got something in PPE and you're about to donate it, because when you don't look at the measurement side of it, and it's covering a balance sheet, you now no longer have that in your PPE, and it's definitely under spotlight and being negotiated to be transferred out. So it's held for a different purpose, as I guess from a balance sheet presentation. So I think you get the same result. Potentially, it depends if you're holding it for fair value beforehand and then after. And there is something about the sense of stopping the clock on it and the communication in that. So I don't know if it's buried in the BC. Is that helpful?
Edwin responds to that.
So I can check if it's in the BC, but the way I would look at your situation is that if you are negotiating to settle an obligation, that to me is almost like a sale. It's just that instead of getting cash, you're reducing a liability. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ross, settle the obligation.
No, but I think maybe this is where in IPSAS explains in some of the implementation material, we can give a little more color to the principles that are in the standard and how to interpret them.
And also, I acknowledge that a non-exchange transaction is not always zero. It's well below market. So, you know, it's a sale, but you might not be getting full value. Is that part donated, part sale? You know, I'm not. I think people can get there, but it may be one to worth thinking about, because we did bring it in, and it seems like it's for a very specific purpose. But the way we sell things is not the obvious market sale.
Thanks, Angela, for that. I think Edwin takes that away. Next, so just to kind of make it clear, we agree that no action is needed otherwise than kind of taking it away, clarifying. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The next issue is on the initial application of IPSAS 45, so PP&E. And this submission noted that when applying PP&E or IPSAS 45, there is no real exemption from for entities that have previously applied IPSAS 17. So in the standard, there are two practical expedients, but they only relate to the measurement of heritage assets and also when you're switching current value measurement basis from fair value to COV. And the question was, is there really any way for the IPSASB to contemplate providing relief from retrospective application of IPSAS 45 for all the other areas? And so the IAG kind of looked at this, and the only two potential differences between 17 and 45 are really just the two areas where we already have a practical expedient. So to us, we thought that, well, this is not really an accounting issue. It's more so the entity or the constituent is trying to demonstrate that there are no other differences that they have to think about. So staff suggested, well, this doesn't seem like an accounting issue, but it seems more like an implementation issue where you're trying to maybe document a memo to file or prove to your auditors that there are no other adjustments. So what staff plan to do is reach out to the constituents and say, would you want to bring this to the FRIF to have a discussion? Because to us, it didn't seem like there was really an accounting issue to look at. So because of that, the IAG's conclusion was no action needed on the standard setting front, but staff will follow up to see if this is an issue that can go to the FRIF.
Thanks, Edwin. And just kind of clarifying again that the IAG is kind of, the purpose of the IAG is identifying kind of inconsistencies, unclarities in our standards, which require a change of the standard. And I think Edwin made pretty clear that this is not the case here. It's more from an implementation perspective. So in that sense, do we agree that no action is needed regarding 45? I see nodding around the table. Probably it's people are hungry, so Edwin, move us on, and Emma, pressure is increasing.
Okay, so this next issue is actually my favorite one this quarter, and we had a fact pattern, or we received a fact pattern where a government has expropriated a piece of property, and in their jurisdiction, the expropriation results in a payment to the original owner, but this payment is subject to an assessment that happens years afterwards, and there could be significant differences in the ultimate amount that is payable to the original property owner. So essentially, they're acquiring an asset. So to be clear, it's not an operation for variable consideration. And the question was, under IPSASB, how should you account for this variable consideration? So we looked to, or the IAG looked to the IFRIC, because the IFRIC actually looked at this issue 10 years ago. And the issue was the same where, an entity acquires an asset for variable consideration, but they didn't really know how to account for this variable consideration. Do they account for some sort of estimate upfront, or do they only do a pay-as-you-go and adjust for the cost base of the asset? So the IFRIC actually could not come to a consensus on how you would account for this. And they couldn't come to a consensus on the timing of recognition. So whether you estimate some sort of liability up front or wait till it's paid, they couldn't really agree on whether, if there is additional payments to be made, is that added to the cost of the asset or is that expensed? And even if you did have a situation where you agree, okay, we were recognizing a liability up front, they couldn't really agree on what model to use. So do you follow financial instrument accounting, or is this some sort of provision under, for us, it'll be IPSASB 19? So because of that, the IFRIC actually referred this issue to the IASB, and it's been sitting on the work plan for a while. But after the most recent work plan consultation, constituents actually wrote back and said, oh, we don't think this is a priority. And because of that, the IASB actually removed it from the work plan. So right now there's no guidance at all. But what the IAG noted was that there's actually a lot of guidance in the Big Four accounting manuals. So all the Big Fours essentially says that you have to look at the facts and circumstances and develop an accounting policy. So you could treat this as a financial liability, where on day one you somehow estimate the consideration to be paid, and it would be essentially mark to market, i.e. all the changes would go through P&L like a financial liability, or it could be a provision. So for us, it'll be a provision under IPSASB 19 where you measure it at best estimate, and then you would apply, you would still have to remeasure it every accounting period to get it to the best estimate. Or they said that there could be some situations where the facts and circumstances support that you do not account for anything on day one, and you really wait until the resolution of this variability. So because of this guidance, and because of the fact that the IASB has essentially said they're not issuing guidance on it, but they've looked at it, the IAG said that, well, this isn't really a public sector specific issue. So we're not going to step onto the IASB's toes essentially and come out and issue something on our own. But what we will do is staff is going to continue to monitor the IASB's work plan, because it might come back. But for the IAG's conclusion, we have decided that we're not putting anything forward in terms of guidance.
Andrew, anything to add?
Just I agree with Edwin. It's a very juicy issue, and it's very tempting to try and put out a solution there. But I think if you look at the remit of the IAG and our mandate, it's very clear. Unless it's a public sector specific issue, we can't proceed further on that. So,
do I see agreement with that? Angela?
Agree with the recommendation. I just thought it may not be this example, but if you were thinking about how to explain or think about guidance on how to apply a principle-based as you say, look at the facts and circumstances and explain to people the kinds of things they need to look at, perhaps the conceptual framework definition of an asset or a liability, drawing from the hierarchy, whatever, because I guess for early in accruals, this is actually the stuff that's quite hard to do. And I agree, it's sometimes the facts and circumstances are so unique, and that's where you go, what's what's the best thing for the users of our accounts, and what's the substance of going on. So I just think it may not be the example, but it's a good reminder that maybe in your IPSAS Explain or whatever the guidance will take might be a good one to think about.
Thanks, Angela, for that. Claudia?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering why we come to the conclusion that it's not a public sector specific issue. At least I expect that only property expropriation can be done by the public sector. So at least on one side of the medal, it's a public sector specific issue. I can agree on that we don't want to do something at the moment, but I'm wondering if the conclusion is right.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. I guess from what I hear, the kind of problem results from the variable consideration, not from the expropriation. And that's where kind of staff says the variable consideration is not a public sector specific issue. Is that kind of the right understanding? Okay. Good. Edwin.
I will try to go quickly. So the next issue was we had a situation where a public sector entity pays non-refundable duties and taxes whenever they purchase PP&E, and these taxes are also payable if they receive assets through non-exchange transactions as well. So we got two questions related to this. The first one is, if they do pay these non-refundable taxes and duties, they're actually paying it to a treasury, which is also consolidated in the consolidated government statements. So they were asking, is there any avenue in the separate financial statements to essentially not account for these duties and taxes? And the response was, well, no, because there is no exemption in IPSAS 34 for separate financial statements. And economically, you would actually want to reflect the payment of these duties in the separate financial statements to show the economics of the transaction. The second question was, well, in a non-exchange transaction where they receive an asset, how should you account for these duties and taxes when you're measuring deemed costs? Do you include them or exclude them? And the IG's conclusion was that it really depends on what measurement basis you're using for deemed costs. So if you're using fair value, that is an exit value, so you would exclude these types of transaction costs. Whereas if you're using COV, then it's an entry price. So your deemed costs would include these non-refundable duties and taxes. So both of the requirements are actually very explicit in IPSAS 46. So because of that, the IAG concluded that there was no need to issue any guidance in this area.
Yes, that refers to the kind of already existing guidance on how to kind of treat transaction cost for both fair value and current operational value, and nothing specific. So agreement that no action is needed. Those of you who are still able to do anything are nodding. That's good. So let's move on.
Okay, so the last issue before I hand it over to Emma is we got a question about the consistency of accounting policies and the transitional exemptions in IPSAS 33. So the constituent noted that when adopting IPSAS, the elections used in IPSAS 33 really varied from specific entity to entity, because it depends on the facts and circumstances at each individual entity. And because of that, they were concerned that using these different exemptions and elections would somehow put them offside when producing consolidated financial statements, because both IPSAS 35 and also IPSAS 38 for associates require there to be uniform accounting policies throughout the entire consolidated group. So their question was, how do we resolve this inconsistency? Because if we have different exemptions and elections at the individual entity level, then they can no longer say that they have uniform accounting policies. So the IAG looked at the wording in the revised version of IPSAS 33, but it's also consistent in the previous version, where it was actually very clear that the transitional exemptions and elections are only available to first-time adopters and that they're not accounting policies. And in fact, later on in the standard, there's actually an explicit statement that says that the transitional exemptions aren't really the same as changing accounting policies. A change in accounting policy would fall under IPSAS 3, or so it's not really comparable, and these elections should not be considered accounting policies. So because of that explicit explanation in IPSAS 33, the IAG concluded that there was no real need to issue or to change the authoritative guidance. But what the IAG did agree on was that for first-time adopters, IPSAS 33 is usually the first IPSAS that they look at. So it might be helpful to come up with some sort of education material to go with IPSAS 33 to explain how to apply the standard and also to explain that these transitional elections and exemptions are not accounting policies. Okay, so I'll pause there.
Yeah, thanks, Edwin. So what they're saying is that inconsistent use of relief is not contradictory to unified accounting policies. I think that's what you're saying. Do I see agreement to that? Yeah, I think that's makes a lot of sense because I think that's the purpose of the relief in 33, to be entity specific and respond to the needs and availability of data and on the entity level makes a lot of sense. So I see nodding, and with that, Emma, over to you. Last
Thomas.
5 minutes.
I'm going to go on a marathon here and see if people are starting to get lightheaded. So I just want to provide you with an update on the Financial Reporting Implementation Forum and what we did in Q2 2026. So as Dave mentioned, we had the first meeting in May over 2 sessions to accommodate different time zones. And we had over 70 participants across two sessions, and we had the FRIF chair Abdullah here present and with Thomas here. And with their opening remarks, the session really got a get off to a strong start. Not wrong.
Who is lightheaded, Emma?
I'm hungry. Okay. So the first meeting really provided an overview of the FRIF, including its objectives, operating framework, and what types of issues we're looking for, and how the FRIF can support the IPSASB. So this first meeting was unique in a sense that it was only intended for information purposes. And for future FRIF meetings, it would be a more interactive, in-depth discussions among participants to really find out more information about the implementation challenges that jurisdictions are facing. So as Dave mentioned, in this first meeting, we invited 3 implementation leaders from the United Arab Emirates, the Poland, and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to present their biggest implementation challenges. So we heard about difficulty in ensuring consistent interpretation and application of accounting policies across government entities reporting using IPSAS standard. We also heard about implementation challenges related to consolidation and the application of control. And lastly, we heard about the lack of guidance in IPSAS standards for the reporting of administered items. So to respond to the staff, develop kind of an approach to categorize the issues we identified through FRIF discussions. So the diagram you see on the screen here, we place the issues that we discover through these FRIF discussions on this map based on 2 factors. So how prevalent the issue is in practice and its implementation difficulty level. So the issue related to consistent interpretation and application of accounting policies would likely fall into the quick wins category, which are issues that are very common in practice, but are less relatively less difficult to implement. The issue related to consolidation and application of control would fall into the main challenges category because it's very complex and very common in practice. And lastly, the issue related to administered items would fall into the later stage because although it's complex, but it is less likely to encounter in practice, and we would focus on that when we have more resources. Okay, moving on to the next slide. We also had a survey for participants to share their most significant implementation challenges. So we received a very wide range of feedback from participants, but most of the responses point to consolidation and the application of control, which is very consistent with what we hear from constituents to the work program consultation. And as they mentioned this morning and yesterday, that the IPSASB already agreed to do a PAR project on IPSAS 35. So staff recommendation is to use Q3 2026 FRIF meetings and onwards to discuss consolidation and the application of control. And with that, I pass back to the board chair.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. And to do that in order to inform the future PIR, so to identify what exactly are the challenges so that we can kind of phrase the questions which would be subject to PIR accordingly. So I think that's the purpose. So that's the last nodding I need from you before lunch. Are you still able to do something? Either shake your head or shake your head or nod. Is that something you could agree to? All right. I kind of see a lot of white flags. Okay. Okay, so we can take that as agreed. So with that, I think I close a very long, intensive morning session. It doesn't really feel like morning anymore, but so I wish you a good lunch break. Please kind of, again, recover. Eileen needs you with your batteries recharged after lunch for a strategy update. And with that, enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. Can we please take the seat for the last time? So I hope you re-energized. You had a good lunch break because you need all your focus and energy now for Eileen's strategy update presentation. Slight change of the agenda, just to kind of make you aware of that. We will do the strategy update as kind of planned. Then we will directly have Ross having his program and technical director's report. It will not take 30 minutes. It will be shorter. Then we will have Edith coming up and giving us some details for the September meeting. And then we will break and make it possible for everybody to leave before then we have the members only closed session, right? So kind of Eileen, Ross, Edith, break, members stay. Okay. All right, with that, kind of handing over to Eileen and yeah, looking forward to the strategy update presentation.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And I stole a bit of my thunder in how to introduce the staff, the session, because I said you've all eaten food, you're refueled, you're re-energized, we're ready to go. But I do recognize it's been a very busy but productive week by the IPSASB, so definitely a congratulations on some really challenging topics. And I think having this strategy update as the very last session or major session on the agenda is, I think, quite well placed because we're tying together quite a few of the different messages, conversations that we've had, not just this week on, resource allocation, activities we're taking on, really thinking more broadly too about our active projects, potential future projects, work on the initiatives, etc. So as members will have noted, we didn't have any papers for you in advance. And that was because as we're starting this conversation, we did feel that it was easier to navigate with members through a presentation because there are so many themes and issues that are coming up together to talk about essentially the natural evolution of the IPSASB. Now, for those that were here observing the CAG session on Monday, part of these presentation will feel a bit familiar, but we did want to deliver it to the entire IPSASB so that we can engage with everyone on this conversation and collect your feedback so we have a clear way forward going into the September meeting. Now, we won't spend too much time on this slide. I think everyone is familiar with it. This is our 2024-2028 strategy and work program. And the diagram is what we wanted to really focus on to start the conversation today. So we've got a top half and a bottom half, and we frequently talk with the board as well as with our stakeholders on these different quadrants. So the top half has the two quadrants related to delivering global standards, one on financial reporting, which is now in a much more mature state, and we're really doing a lot more maintenance activities, and of course, the ongoing development of new sustainability reporting guidance. The bottom half is where we don't tend to do as much, but we are playing a much more general role in inspiring adoption and implementation. And that includes raising awareness, building alliances with regional and international partners, and just more broadly supporting others in their initiatives to promote adoption and implementation and advocate for the benefits of financial and sustainability reporting information. Now, what that has meant for us in the kind of a more traditional sense, if you will, is that when there is a public sector reporting issue identified, the IPSASB is essentially considering, can this issue be addressed with with standard setting work? And if the answer is yes, then the IPSASB, with the support of staff and various experts, will develop guidance. And this guidance has over time created the set of standards that we see. So whether it's the IPSAS standards for financial reporting or the SRS standards for sustainability reporting. But if the IPSASB considered that question and said, not necessarily. Standard setting work might not be the solution or maybe not the right solution to address that issue. In that case, there is a bit of a question mark, which you can see here on the diagram. In some cases, staff might issue a document, so whether that's a staff Q&A or other types of support material like in a webcast format on YouTube, but there are no formal IPSASB materials in this space. And this is, again, consistent with the IPSASB's approach in the past of inspiring adoption and implementation, which means influencing the work of others in the public sector reporting space to fill that role in supporting the public sector needs. But I think as the board is continuing to think about serving the public interest, it is also important to understand what that need actually is at this time. And we get that information from different sources, so both through observation as well as through direct feedback. Now, from the observation perspective, we did want to highlight some of the key learnings that we heard out of the 2025 report for the International Public Sector Financial Accountability Index. This was issued by IFAC, but was in collaboration with SIPFA and the IPSASB. And there were three key messages that we've listed on the slide here that we wanted to highlight to coach the conversation we're having today. A bit of it will be familiar just from Ross's presentation as well during the IMF event on Tuesday, but we thought it would be good to bring in the reminder again for our discussion on strategy. The first is the continued global shift from cash to accrual. And this is across all regions that were surveyed in the 2025 report. And in 2024, that was about 31% of jurisdictions that were reporting on accrual. In the 2025 report, it is projected that by 2030, that number would go to 56%. So that's almost double. A second key message is related more to the characteristics of the types of jurisdictions that will be using accrual information more and more over time. In 2024, the report noted that the majority of jurisdictions that are using accrual information are from what they consider high-income jurisdictions. But when they look ahead at 2030, that shifts. The majority is actually going to be from jurisdictions they consider as middle and low-income jurisdictions. So if you think about the resource constraints that those jurisdictions may face in this journey, it definitely can be quite challenging for them and indicative of the type of support that they may need. Last message, but definitely not least, is that in looking at the transition and the journey over time.
These slides are not moving for the virtual.
Thank you very much. Steph, I'm wondering if you're able to just help us double check whether the slides are moving on Zoom. We are currently on slide 4 on at least the one on the screen here. Two more over, please. Yeah, one more. Guess we had a bit of a sync issue. Thank you so much. Okay, where was I? Third message. Also important, don't want to miss it. With the journey between the 2024 research findings and looking into 2030, it is clear that there is going to be a continued increase, a parallel use and influence of IPSAS standards over the next few years. By 2030, it is expected that 81% of jurisdictions will be using IPSAS standards in some way. And actually 53% are going to be either reporting on accrual using IPSAS standards without any modifications or only for local context. So some modifications for the local context. So those are definitely three very powerful messages, I think, for us when we think about, observing what the public sector needs may be, especially when we look ahead to the next 4 years, because 2030 is actually not as far away as we might have originally thought. So this takes us essentially to this next slide, and I think for members, you kind of seen the bridge in a few ways now. And what we wanted to really highlight is hearing these messages through observation, but also thinking about the feedback we get more directly through regional roundtables, outreach activities, engagements with different stakeholders, as well as, of course, the responses to the work consultation that we discussed yesterday. It is clear that at this stage, the IPSASB has done a lot of great work in the process that we've discussed earlier to develop high quality standards that actually work in the global perspective, sets the principles and the requirements for use in the public sector. But as the public sector is evolving, more jurisdictions are starting to implement and use the IPSAS standards. The public sector does need more direct implementation support on adoption implementation so that they can actually access the benefits of using the IPSAS standards. And that was a message that I think came through quite clearly in the discussion we had on the work program consultation. So this is clearly a growing call to action from public sector stakeholders, and in particular for the IPSASB to step a little bit more into the space to help bridge that gap and better support public sector stakeholder needs. When Thomas and the leadership team were talking with me and answering my many questions about kind of the vision and thinking, it was very clear that we are trying to rethink how we approach our role as standard setters and as staff supporting the standard setter, and that our responsibility for serving the public interest and playing the role that we have, a very critical role in PFM reform and sustainable development, is that we don't stop at just developing high quality standards. We do need to more actively understand some of those implementation challenges, develop additional materials so that we are better helping our stakeholders understand, access, and implement the standards that we have spent so much time and hard work developing and to maintain at a high quality. Now, in doing so, we are trying to answer that call. We're trying to bridge the gap here between the principles and the requirements that we have set in our IPSASB standards to the practical implementation and those needs that public sector stakeholders have been asking for. By doing so, we'll help them access the benefits, so the intended impacts of using accrual information by using the IPSASB standards, thereby enhancing transparency, improving comparability, data quality, and of course, supporting the accountability and decision-making needs within the public sector. So this slide won't be surprising to anybody. We've had some clear developments in 2026, including the new chair, but I don't know if we can say new anymore. It's been 6 months, so maybe we'll move on from that, but we won't say old for sure. And we've also launched 2 new implementation initiatives. Now, I think the vision that Thomas has really articulated for us, both at the board table and with the staff team behind the scenes, as well as the introduction of these new implementation initiatives, I think are already taking some major steps in supporting and answering the public interest needs. And we're very directly doing so in responding to the feedback, to that call to action. And what we wanted to highlight today in leading into our next conversation is that these initiatives actually really fit quite well into our existing operating model. And this sits alongside some of the other existing initiatives that we have been conducting for many years as a board and with support of staff and various experts. This not only helps us understand practical challenges, but supporting the standard setting development. And I think they continue to be very useful tools for us moving forward. So this slide, I will say when Dave presented it, Thomas actually turned around and whispered IP at me. So it made me think a little bit more about Michelle's presentation this morning. So just an open note for you, Dave, that maybe my payment for using my slides might be some gelato for the whole team, but we can discuss that further. So without further ado, because I think there's been quite a bit of teasing on this slide, we were trying to find a way to visualize how we actually gather inputs, feed that through the different processes at the IPSASB to generate the outputs. And all in all, it's all intended to serve the public interest. So in this funnel diagram, we basically have these different types of inputs that we're gathering from different sources, different mechanisms, different groups. And this is part of our, I would say, natural engagement that we have in the international public sector. But once we identify these different types of issues, we are essentially understanding these issues, considering them, doing analysis, engaging experts, so that we can come up with proposals on what that could mean and how we can maybe deliver some outputs to address that issue. And that's what then takes us to the bottom of this diagram. What comes out of the funnel? There's 2 different possibilities. The first output to address the issue could be standard setting work. We talked a little bit about that earlier today. So that's what has created our standards. But when we look forward, this is also where we might have PIR projects, improvement projects, and of course our current and future active standard setting projects. On the right-hand side is where we're really filling more of that gap that we talked about earlier. So yes, we have staff Q&As, we have some webcasts and at-a-glances that often accompany the material we put out there. But now with these new initiatives like the FRIF and the IPSASB Explains, we will have more materials in this right-hand side, including the implementation support material and databases that we'll have, as well as, again, the materials for the education perspective coming out of IPSASB Explains. Now, you'll see on this next slide a bit more of a deeper dive into how these staff-led initiatives have really come together over the years. And I do think, as we were trying to put it all on a slide together, it really did hit me how many things we have, but they all play slightly different roles. So when we try to categorize them, we thought it was best to first portray them in terms of whether their focus and the inputs that they consider are either from a technical perspective or from an implementation perspective, or in some cases, a mix of both. So on the technical side, we of course have our task forces and the SRG, and these are groups that we convene specifically for active projects as we're developing different standards. So if we think back over the past few years, we had task forces for leases, natural resources, measurement, revenue, etc. And now we also recently had one for presentation of financial statements in developing the CP. The SRG was developed to help us with the development of SRS ED1 and taking that forward into what became our very first SRS standard. On the implementation side, previously, we really only had the SIF, and this was a really great tool for us to get a better understanding of the practical challenges that may come through when we put out SRS ED1. Now, in the middle here is where we had different types of initiatives that are staff-led, which can bring both technical insights and implementation insights, which we then process in other different ways. So this is where we had maintenance activities introduced at the end of 2024, the IAG, the PIR, but as Dave had mentioned earlier as well, we had the research forum, outreach activities, and of course our ongoing consultations, and they all are opportunities for us to gather these different inputs and start thinking about some of the challenges in the public sector. You'll see the CAG on here as well. And one thing that we did want to emphasize is, yes, it is a staff-led initiative, but the CAG actually plays a different role as well beyond what these other initiatives do, because it is a very strategic, but also a governance role that is mandatory in supporting the IPSASB. Now, in addition to that, there is the PIC, which we haven't put on the diagram here, and we have some ideas on how we could maybe take that forward. But the PIC is also part of that due process and governance perspective that overall sits on top of all of this in helping the IPSASB serve the public interest. So the FRIF and the IPSASB Explains, as we mentioned, does fit into this existing operating model because it is filling that gap in that implementation space where we could be doing more, particularly on the financial reporting side. And so we wanted to showcase it here in the Venn diagram before we kind of move forward. So this really is filling a gap, answering that call to action. And in doing so, in doing more in this implementation space, it is clear that the IPSASB will be more actively supporting implementation rather than looking at kind of historically taking much more of a passive role and really focusing more on inspiring and advocating for adoption and implementation. So that takes me to back to the bridge, because if we think about what we've heard, what we're already doing, how the IPSASB has discussed the work activities in the initiatives that it has taken on, I think it's quite clear that the IPSASB is already experiencing a natural evolution in the work that we do. And this is also a natural reaction to the evolving public sector stakeholder needs. So in some ways, we have actually started moving beyond our 2024-2028 strategy and work program that we talked about earlier today. And this is reflected in how we're using our resources, the activities that we're conducting, both at the IPSASB level, but also the staff and how we support the IPSASB in serving the public interest. So now the IPSASB is, of course, still continuing to develop high quality standards and maintaining them. But the IPSASB is also doing more to help deliver positive impact to public sector stakeholders through these different initiatives, both existing as well as the new implementation initiatives. And together, the IPSASB is more effectively serving the public interest by bridging that gap and answering the constituent ask to do more in implementation, to support the understanding and accessibility of the IPSASB standards, so that there's a more clear way of delivering this positive impact to our stakeholders. So what that means is by answering this call, we are empowering public sector constituents to actually be better able to adopt the high quality standards that they can rely on, to apply the standards with more confidence, and also to advance on the decisions that really matter the most for them in the public sector. Now, if we think about what this means kind of moving forward, I think what's really struck us as on the staff side is that we do have quite a clear vision, an action plan of what we want to do. But what next? We are talking about this internally, but it's also very important for us to talk to our stakeholders, to respond to them a bit more directly. And so that includes not only reflecting our strategic evolution in our future strategy documentation, but also to communicate the strategy with our stakeholders. So be clear about what we intend to do to support the public interest, and to also gather that feedback from them to say, hey, this is what we are planning to do to answer your call to action, and get their feedback from there. So we did consider whether or not that means, do we update the 2024-2028 strategy work program? Do we wait until this one expires and we're looking at 2029 onward? And from our earlier discussions, it did seem to make more sense to just start now, because we're already doing more than what our 2024-2028 strategy says. It still works, but it's almost limiting and not showing the full picture of what the IPSASB is doing to serve the public interest. So what we are proposing is that today is our first discussion with the IPSASB to gather your feedback on the proposals and the way forward. And the intention is that over the coming few months, we will develop a draft strategy consultation to approve, hopefully at the end of the year, and to issue for consultation with our public sector stakeholders through the first half of 2027. During this consultation period, which we are expecting to be about 120 days, which is our standard practice for such consultations on strategy and work program consultations, and during that time, we are intending to have active stakeholder engagement in various regions to really hear directly from them about whether or not this strategy consultation resonates with them, if they feel it is answering that call to action to provide more active implementation support, and if there's any other feedback for us to consider to take forward in the rest of 2027. Now, with this general timeline in mind, and again, it is a proposal, so it is subject to change depending on how the IPSASB is developing this consultation. But if we are on track, that would mean that by this time next year, we would be having a first discussion to review the responses that we receive on that strategy consultation, gather KEG advice, gather PIC input to help us then refine that strategy, make changes that would better reflect and communicate that strategy, and hopefully be able to approve and go live with this future strategy at the start of 2028. Now, with that in mind, we did want to gather KEG advice as well to be able to better equip the IPSASB in the discussion today. Unfortunately, Fabienne did have to run to the airport, but I kindly was able to ask Dave to be able to speak on Fabienne's behalf to bring in a summary of the KEG advice. After that, we would be ready to open up for discussion with the IPSASB members, because we are very keen to hear your feedback, especially as we are now just kicking off this discussion on the future strategy. So with that, over to you, Dave.
Thanks, Eileen. So Fabienne summarized some notes for me, and what she wanted to highlight based on discussions that the KEG had on Monday was that KEG members commended the IPSASB for the developments and clear vision on how to support public sector stakeholders, and agreed it was important for the IPSASB to more actively provide direct implementation support through a variety of tools. Some members encouraged the IPSASB to reframe how it measures success to include not only the development of high quality standards, but also supporting the consistent application of its standards globally. The IPSASB was advised to consider the different types of stakeholders, preparers, financial statement users, parliamentarians, and other professionals in the public sector reporting space, and to clearly communicate the strategy and the benefits of using and applying IPSASB standards to support public sector reporting needs. CAG members strongly supported continued efforts with direct outreach engagements and programs and encouraged the IPSASB to collaborate with regional and international partners, including development organizations like the ADB and World Bank, to directly engage with public sector stakeholders.
So thank you very much, Eileen, and thanks, Dave, for kind of reading out the CAG advice. Yeah, before opening up for discussion, I just from my perspective, very important for me to say that we are not talking about the next strategy. We are talking about the evolution of the strategy. When I kind of read the headline of this agenda item, always I misunderstand it in the first view, because for me it's a strategy update. Of course, the title is meant other in a different way, update to the board, but for me it's an update of the strategy, just for the reasons Eileen just very rightly mentioned. If we kind of put up this strategy slide and we have to stick what is in the strategy, and it says inspiring, that's just not kind of sufficiently describing what we are doing anymore, and it's not sufficiently kind of describing what stakeholders request from us. I think that's the most important point. So with that, yeah, clarification, which is not needed because Eileen was 100% clear. I always understand our own strategy better when she explains it. So open it up for a discussion, immediate responses. I think the main difference, if you kind of look at that, is that we probably start 1 year earlier with the issuance go live of the future strategy, because what we would do is otherwise to start 2029 January from the next strategy period. Also, it's important to kind of mention that we are not bound by any terms of reference or whatever to stick to a strategy period. So kind of as we outlined it, 2024 to 2028, we are not bound kind of by our terms of reference or mandate that we have to kind of stick with that until end of 2028, even if we feel that it's not appropriate anymore. So kind of nobody hinders us to kind of start 1 year earlier. And I think in a nutshell, this is what kind of we are suggesting. So with that, open it up for comments, questions, reactions. George, kick us off. And then Mike.
I'll just start out by saying I'm supportive of this. I mean, a strategy is not ever in stone. It has to adjust to user needs, changing environment, and any other needs that may be out there. So I'm very supportive of that. If we are truly, and I believe we are, in somewhat of a maintenance position now. Obviously, even in maintenance, you still have standards that you still have to promulgate, but that's on a reduced basis. The key for me, and I faced this at IPSASB, was we needed to start addressing successful implementation of the standards and improve the relationship we had with our users and our preparers. And what you're proposing here is very similar to what we started about 5 years ago. Now, the issue I see is once you start down this road and providing more implementation assistance and educational assistance, it does change the role of somewhat of staff. And you have to be very careful about the balance of what you're doing. Expectations will increase significantly in the user community and look upon potentially the board, not the staff mainly, but perhaps the board, that you're almost a technical resource for these organizations. And obviously with the staff that we have, you can't do that. But we have to set expectations in the marketplace. The other comment I would make is if we develop educational materials, that's a very different type of material and output than you probably had before. And it does take a lot of time. and not only developing it, but delivering it and so forth. So it'll be important to identify who on the staff perhaps has a passion for that piece, and not everyone does. It is sometimes, so that is something to think about. I mean, that's something down the road. But overall, I think this is the right approach. You know, so to me, implementing standards and assisting the community in successfully doing that creates not only success for them, but success for us, and changes or assists in changing an attitude that the standard setter is not in an ivory tower and is there to improve accountability and transparency for everyone.
Thank you, George. I think two important issues you mentioned. First, probably what you mentioned last is the ivory tower issue. I think what I kind of started kind of saying when I present on the basis of adopt, apply, advance, and I did that in the CAC meeting on Monday as well, is saying this is not simply a tagline, this is describing our relationship with our stakeholders, kind of how we can kind of by adoption application kind of help them advancing, and the IPSASB is not leaving them alone on the journey of kind of adaptation and application implementation. I think that's the first point. Second point is something which is very important for me when you talk about passion for education. And you mentioned both aspects, creating the educational material and delivering it. I think that is where I kind of also would look around the board when it comes to delivering, because I know that many board members are also passionate about kind of providing training, explaining our standards, explaining our concepts and principles to stakeholders, because that's and very close to their heart as well, because they are sitting here writing the standards and saying, okay, if only everybody would understand what I understood now over the past 2 years regarding that standard. So I think that is probably where the board kind of would also come in, not for preparation of education material, of course, but definitely for the delivery. So thank you, George, for that. I just go around. So Mike would be you the next one, and then Claudia and Judith.
So thank you, Chair. Agreeing to start this discussion now because we are now in the situation that our standards cover all the public sector specific or the main importance effects and aspects, and therefore resources are free. So, but nevertheless, the only thing that worries me a little bit about is that is this a stable situation? Because I think we also need some flexibility when it comes, as we learned this morning, it comes to intangibles and provisions, which are big projects, which are important projects, so that the other way around, that we can then might have certain shifts to the classical standard setting, because I know, Thomas, you mentioned in terms of reference, in terms of the maturity of work plan, is not so important, but nevertheless, in terms of the IFAC, I think the classical standard setting to ensuring that we are covering the big issues, the most important accounting topics is very important. We shouldn't leave that away. So as provisions and intangibles with peer, we should really ensure that there are enough resources for that. Yeah, that's my only point. Thank you.
No, I think that's a very valid point. Of course, I think we need to be careful not to bind too many resources kind of irreversibly in these activities, so that we kind of would not have enough resources freed up for standard setting. I think Eileen mentioned that standard setting, of course, and maintenance kind of stays within kind of the main focus of our activities. So I think that's a very important point. Yeah. Ross, do you want to? No. Okay. You look like energized. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I see the online hands. Okay. Go to Claudia, Judith, and then Jakuba and Karen. I think, Karen, you're still there, right?
Thank you. I just want to add what George already said. It's the right approach. If we want to shift our focus, and then we should share our ideas with the stakeholders, especially as they requested over years that we support them more in the implementation of the standards and not only delivering standards. So that's the right time. The only thing I'm wondering if we need really 120 days consultation period, as this time I assume it's only a strategy document, not linked with the work plan consultation.
Thanks, Claudia, for that. Judith, and then Jakuba, and then Karen.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support this initiative. I think it's very important to have a bidirectional communication. So it's really important to have the opinion of our stakeholders and have these visions. I'm little concerned about the objective we will plan as a strategic challenge, because if depending of the objective will change all the activities we will propose. So as I love to see you, I was proposing to maybe have a midterm meeting in order to know what could be the proposal of the great objective. And if we maybe we can debate or the objective of the strategy to help the team to advance with this with the other steps they have as a suggestion. And also for the communication activities that I know is the coming year or in some months, I could collaborate in communication activities too. So as you can contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess, Judith, talking and discussing what's the overall objective, which is very closely related to our mandate, of course, is kind of part of the discussion which we will have. Probably don't need a kind of midterm meeting. I think Eileen has factored that in her proposal from a timing perspective, so that we have enough time to do that. But yeah, of course, it's very important to connect mandate, objective, kind of, and then the activities with each other. Ross, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just want to support on that. I think from a staff perspective, the mid-period check-ins sometimes aren't always that helpful when we need to go away and think things through, because we've been working pretty hard on these changes, and now Eileen's going to step back and hold the pen and kind of drafting what it means in terms of the operational changes as they affect the strategy. And I think we'll need a bit of time to work through that before we get it to the board. So if we were to do a mid check-in now between now and September, wouldn't really give us very much time to go away, contemplate, think. It might include reaching out and getting views from members as well. So it just kind of compresses the time a little bit more. So I prefer we get the time to work over it through the summer. And then we've got a well-developed first draft of the document for the board to look at and give us feedback on.
Thanks, Ross. With that, over to Jakuba, and then Karen, then Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also fully supportive to this approach. I very welcome the focus we are bringing on implementation and the support we will be willing to provide to our stakeholders. Now I would like to come back to 2 points raised by George when it's come to education delivery and also the material we will be providing. To me, we need to be cautious as well, because if there is big expectation from our stakeholders on education delivery and the material, at some point we can have some kind of expectation gap if we can fulfill it. So to me, it is good to go that way, but we need to be to more communicate in the way we will be bringing those reports and what can be expected from us. What I saw during some outreach activities is that stakeholders welcome the tool we provided with IFAC on the education. But when our members or staff are delivering those education material, what I heard from the ground, sometimes they are eager to learn more. They are waiting more than what is presented. So we need to take care of the communication side as well when we are running this news approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Jakuba, and you're 100% right. I didn't respond to George in that regard. I think we definitely have to be careful kind of how we communicate that. I think that is part of the objective of the strategy document, that we make that very clear, that neither we are a help desk nor we have a consulting arm, and we kind of are not intending to create one. I think that has to be very clear. When it comes to educational material, Jakuba, I think what you address sometimes has a point, and I think we want to kind of respond to that point, because I think when I provided training in the past, all the time the request was, don't kind of simply describe the principles and the concepts and leave us then back with kind of good luck in implementation. Because it's easy to provide training just by kind of transferring the standard on slides and then reading the slides down during the training, and kind of looking kind of a lot of question marks in the eyes of the trainees, and then leave. So what IPSASB explains should entail, therefore, is definitely kind of going steps further and responding to that request, to saying, okay, what is kind of like the practical steps in order to implement the principles and the concepts. And the third thing, even more important probably, is what is the potential use of the data generated by a specific standard or accounting area? So why are we doing that? So what's it good? What is it good for? And I think if we kind of provide this package, then probably we are responding to that, what you said, we need more. And yes, they need more, because just explaining the principles is not enough. But thanks for making that point. I think that's confirming what we are intending to do with that. Karen, and then Dina, and then Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, I think my camera might have failed because I can't see me, and I don't know whether you can.
Yeah, we see a lot of grass.
We see a lot of grass, yeah.
Start for a strategy to start very low, but
I'm having a lie down with a picnic. No, but sadly not. I wanted to say that in terms of strategy, I think it feels like a good time to be doing this, particularly after the discussion about what we're going to prioritize off of the back of the response to the last work program consultation. So it feels like it's the right time, you know, to kind of to reflect that through in terms of where we move forward. So that's fine, and I'm not worried by the fact that it's a year earlier than it might otherwise be. I just want to build on, I think, the points that you and Jakuba and George and maybe others have made about what implementation materials we will produce. I think it's really important that we're clear about what is the purpose of IPSAS Explain, so that we can do that management of expectations, because there is a real risk that, you know, you almost become a training organization. And if that's what we want to be, then be clear about that. But if we're not expecting to be a training organization, but to provide resources that other trainers could use, then I think that needs to be really, really, really clear. I think the other thing, to my mind, that needs to be clear is how the array of implementation materials might fit together. So Eileen was talking about staff Q&As. So are we going to carry on with those? And if so, how are they different to IPSAS Explained? And we've also touched on today about databases and other materials that are on the website. So I think it's almost you know, sort of a map of those things that sets out all the materials that are there and the purpose of each of them and how they fit together. That might be a bit more detailed than you wanted to cover right now, but I think that's really important part for us to understand in terms of putting forward a strategy going forward.
Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Karen. That's very informative and confirming. 100% agree with kind of the need for kind of a clear formulation of what's the purpose of IPSASB Explains. When you ask, do we want to be a training organization or do we create material that others can use, then I would say probably neither nor. We definitely don't want to be a training organization in that sense, but on the other side, stakeholders clearly requested we want to hear from you. Because I think there are already kind of others providing training, but the request nevertheless was we want to hear it from the IPSASB. We want to kind of understand what you thought would be the best ways to implement what you created in terms of concepts and principles. Regarding material being out there for use of others, this is already existing in Pathway for Accruals. We have the trainer material pack, which can be downloaded and used from IFAC's website. But still, stakeholders request us to do more from our side. And that clearly shows that it's obviously not sufficient just to create something and then kind of put it on a website and say, happy usage, good luck with it. And that obviously wasn't sufficient. But anyway, I'm coming back to what you say and again, 100% confirming that it needs to be clearly described and expectations need to be managed. So that leads me to Dina then Angela, then I lost track a little bit. I take Evie, Adrien, and then René, and then Murray.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Eileen. I'm always very happy to see the slides and animations. It makes a big difference within the presentation, so thank you so much for all the efforts. I would say
Human generated.
It's really Eileen creating that.
Yeah. So in terms of the strategy, I'm fully supportive of the future strategy consultation. I think it's very important to be agile, as Thomas has mentioned. I think, George, to look at our strategy and see if there's changes is required within the future developments across, I think, all the world. We need to look at our strategy. And I think the way that the timeline has been set, it makes sense. I think I would echo Claudia, 120 days is too much. We should consider lowering the number of days. I think it will also give us more time to discuss it and see it from inside ourselves. I think the IPSAS explain part, this is something that I just want to understand the model that, or if the staff can clarify what falls under the IPSAS explained, because whether it be handbooks or it will be supporting materials, also, we just need to take in consideration that there is a lot of consulting firms have already the IPSAS explained, and I think, Thomas, you're the chair of that. So, just I maybe need more information about what will fall under IPSAS explained. In last March, we talked about the IPSAS Academy, and I don't see it within the structure anymore. So maybe if you can give some clarity about that, it would be great. Last thing, and I think I have this in mind since the presentation we had before the launch about the statistics. We have the FRIF, we have the IAGs. We will have the SIF as well. Do we have like any source of statistics if we're receiving feedbacks about specific matter several times from constituents and we're saying that there is no change required from our point of view? Do we keep track on that or no? I just it would be great to hear from the staff about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Dina, for that. Directly responding to what IPSASB explains should cover, I think probably not much more has yet kind of developed as what I explained already. I think that's what kind of we together, staff, I, myself, and then we all kind of need to kind of think more about it. In terms of the firms, I think number one, there is not that much out that is kind of compared to what is needed, because obviously there is still a need and a request to be fulfilled by stakeholders. They are not saying, okay, there's already a sufficient out there. We don't need the IPSASB to do anything, just issue standards and others will kind of look after that. I think it's the opposite. And I tell you kind of one anecdote. when we are talking to one government, they were exactly requesting for much more than what we would be willing to do. They had kind of asked us, Ross and myself, can you come over and help us with the implementation? So kind of like be on the steering committee and give us guidance and then things like that. Of course, we were upset, and it was a virtual call. Good luck, and so they didn't really see how upset we were. We said, no, of course we can't. We are not a training organization. We are not a consulting provider. Go and ask the firms. The response was, and that's the important thing, the response was, we don't even know what to ask the firms, right? So there's a need, there's a provider, but there's a gap between the two, the government and the firms, because they don't know what to ask. And IPSASB explains to kind of some extent, kind of intends to close that gap and to prepare governments / from your perspective, clients, in order to be ready to ask the right questions. So kind of understand what would it mean, kind of what are the principles, what do I need to do in order to implement the principles, and then go to the firms and say, look, I understood what I need to do, I understood what the steps are, and now please help us in conducting the steps, in doing it. We need now you, but kind of they are better informed in order to be kind of talking to Dina and not just saying, Dina, come over and good luck, tell us, what shall we do, right? Because you can't start on that. That's always where we struggled when kind of we prepare a proposal and have nearly no information. We just know this entity wants to implement IPSAS. We don't know what they have. We don't know what exactly they intend to do, what their approach is, what their strategy is, and things like that, right? And that's what kind of IPSASB explains intends to do, to kind of prepare those in order to be ready to kind of then start with the help of the firms. And that's, I think that's important to understand. I have talked too much now. Sorry for that. Eileen.
I
haven't asked you to.
Eileen for Eileen, just to answer IPSASB Academy. I thought maybe you were going to cover it, but you had a really powerful anecdote. I didn't know if you could cover it. IPSASB Academy actually is what became IPSASB Explained. So it's not that it dropped off anywhere, but I think we were thinking more about, you know, the naming, communication. It's, yeah.
Okay, Ross. So you see staff is taking over. No chance.
No, mine's quick. Actually, it's come up a couple times about us not becoming a training academy. That was one of the reasons we moved away from IPSASB Academy. It might create the wrong idea of what we're doing as a standard setter. So we thought it's better to focus on directly explaining the standards.
Because actually that is what stakeholders request is, can you please explain what it means for us in terms. All right, so with that, going to Angela and then Hervé Adrien.
Thank you, Chair. It might just be because it's late in the day and it's been a busy week, but I'm not exactly clear in my mind around what we are expecting to hear from constituents when we go out with this particular one. We've just had a bit of a strategy process, and the reason I support the proposal, though, is because I think there's a bit of a crossroads as to what our role is, and the rebalancing, as you say, within our strategy. We have a strategy and we have 4 quadrants, and I sense it's about a rebalancing of those, or as you say, we need more development of it. We have our main, and therefore it's an expression we would say is put more meat on the bone as to what we mean in the 4 quadrants. But I wonder whether that could open up questions such as, are we just consulting on a rebalancing from standard setting to implementation? Or are we potentially saying with limited resources, where do we sit on sustainability versus financial? What is the role of the national standard setter versus the international standard setter? with all our various forums, it seems to me like it could open some big questions, whether we should just stick to our knitting and just put out high quality standards. So I feel the mandate's already there for us to look at all four quadrants, but I think it could open some quite big questions about, I think on the basis that we're a limited resource, and part of the consultation to get effective responses is if you go out and say, we'll do a bit of everything, people will go, great, keep going, do a bit of everything, and they'll want the bit that they are most interested in, depending on their journey. But potentially we may be having to say, this is what we're going to give up. And so I like the idea of doing it because of the discipline on ourselves to first be clear in our own minds where we think we should rebalance. And then it's always good to check in with constituents if they also agree. But I wasn't sure of the scope of what's in the getting clear in our own mind of what the strategy is, because over the week, and it's been on my mind for some time, particularly a standard setter doing both sustainability and financial reporting, and both international spaces are very busy, both on the financial, from the ISB, IPSASB, and other sustainability interest groups. And I sort of just wanted some clarity on the scope you have in mind for this strategy. And obviously we haven't had the conversation, but I think there's some big risks, basically.
That is what always amazes me about you, Angela. You're always this one step ahead of me. I think my simple question for today is, do you agree with the approach to start now? And you're already jumping right into kind of the details of the discussion. I think that's all fair questions being asked, but I think we are not there yet, right? The question is, shall we start discussing that, exactly what you said? And we would start this discussion in September then. And kind of the only question is, do you agree that we start in September?
I agree with it that we start. Yes.
That's lovely. Fantastic, Angela. We're getting closer and closer. I realize that. Beatrice, next, then Renee, then Murray.
It seems that you would like to know. Yes. We should start now. In general, I fully support the strategy, and I think we are going down the right path. And especially with bridging the gap, I want to make a general comment about educating the users, the stakeholders, constituents. I think, well, I don't know if I agree or disagree with what you said, Thomas, about displaying deck of slides, showing principles and the details of the standards. Well, maybe we agree. But what I think is that if you want the users to deep-root their knowledge of the standards, of the principles, and their knowledge of the way they should or could implement the standards, they need to be engaged. They need to be engaged in that knowledge gaining. Then they need to be engaged in developing their skills. I don't want to paraphrase the famous phrase, 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration, but indeed, if we want users to better apply and be familiar with the standards, they need to give 99% of perspiration in the way they gain knowledge, control, understanding of all this. Which means, in a nutshell, that we should set a limit to the initiatives to help people understand. IPSAS explained, fine, we need that. I mean, the whole set of implementation initiatives is absolutely great, but we shouldn't go too far. Okay, we're not an academy, we're not a consulting firm. We want to provide, explanations, but explanations should be limited in a way that I've said. Okay, we need them to make some efforts to understand. Otherwise, I mean, they will always go back to us. And as we know, we've been struggling, constantly struggling to strike the right balance between principle-based standards and rules-based standards. What we don't want is to provide rules, extensive rules. There's already a lot of materials in the standards, basis for conclusions, examples, etc. So, well, let them work first.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think we need to define where's kind of the stopping point for us in doing that. I think that's definitely important. I thought you were saying it's 1% inspiration, 99% transpiration, but funnily, luckily, you're not saying that. I think it will be an effort, and I think in that regard, the advice of CAG is also very relevant to think about. When we talk about engagement, think about whom do we want to engage and whom do we need to engage. I think we heard about kind of politicians in the Estonian context this morning again, politicians, parliamentarians kind of requesting the information. So I think that would be an important aspect to consider as well. How do we reach them? How kind of do we respond to that? Ross, I think you wanted to kind of respond to Amy Adrien.
Just wanted to say a lot of the comments have been helpful, I think, around an important issue that the current strategy helps us with, helps us articulate well where we spend our time and resources clearly to our stakeholders. And when you're talking to stakeholders and they're looking for assistance or they're trying to engage us, it's a helpful tool to say when we can say yes to what we're going to help them with and when we can say no. So what we need to get right in this evolved strategy is how it tells the story at a high level for what the board's going to be doing going forward and where we would say yes and where we would say no. And I think the no will become more important in that implementation phase. At the moment, when people were asking us about implementation support, we would say we advocate and we help and we work together with partners to help with implementation. I think we're saying we're moving the line a little bit and we're going to actually start developing more materials that would sit under the standards that help with the implementation and the use of the standards so that more countries can more effectively apply them. We just have to get that story right. And some of these initiatives on implementation, I use this bad analogy all the time. We're building the plane while we fly it. So we're working on it. We're moving it forward. We're setting these groups up. We're setting out what we want to do, but it's not complete yet. We'll have a better picture when we talk to you in September to help draw those lines. And it's really important we are clear because we do have limited resources. And that point's come out a couple of times. And, I don't want to promise, the equivalent of 30 staff to do the work when we have 10. And I want to be able to execute the things for the board that we do effectively on both sides. And I think we're going in that direction, but it's good to hear the feedback that we'll take away and think about because I think these are things we need to get right in the strategy. And just it's come up a couple of times. I do want to make this point while I've got the floor on due process. So a couple of people said, do we really need to do 120 days? I think we actually do need to do 120 days because our due process says for major projects and initiatives that we consult our stakeholders for 120 days. And that's so they have the time to respond to us, not so that we can move quicker. We can go below that if we deem it. And our due process talks about improvements and re-exposures as two areas in particular where we might go on a shorter deadline. So I just thought I'd put that out there if we're thinking about it, but due process does require us to consult on our strategy. That's why we're doing this.
Thanks, Ross, for that clarification. I think that was important. Renee, Mary, and then Andrew.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I also support, of course, that initiative. I think that it's showing that we've heard our stakeholders, that we are agile in the way we respond to them. And the third is that we have a clear future direction of how we are changing things and how we are going to be moving forward. So it's on that point. I'd like to build on what others have already said. We have a lot, like I see a a sea of different types of guidance. We have the emerging ones, the new database, the IPSASB explain, which we're all curious to better understand and see the articulation. We've launched a project on materiality guidance, SRS1 guidance as well. We're planning to start on IPSAS 51 guidance. We call them guidance, so not too sure where these guidance are going to land. We have the legacy guidance, staff Q&As, pathway to accrual, as well as what I would like to see in September is an architecture of all of this. How this all fits in an architecture, and how each pieces either will be merged with a new one, disappear, stay, and then what's their individual role and how they complement each other. So I think that's going to be critical, that we react to that in September, and that we then find a way to properly articulate that in the strategy, because I think that's going to be one of the questions is, do you agree with the way we're planning to go forward with what we've heard you needed from us? So I think that architecture and these different elements, I look forward in September to getting very clear picture of that. And that's I know that's been said, but to me, that's important part.
Well, thanks, Renee. I think that's probably connecting to what Angela said. What do we kind of expect stakeholders to respond? So, and that kind of requires that we get ourselves clear regarding the architecture. So I definitely agree with that. Mary, and then Andrew.
Thank you. I support the strategic update, and so it is important to engage various stakeholders. It is important, and so IPSAS sets the primary users and users' perspective, and public sector has a so broad range of stakeholders, and so we have to pay more attention to broader range of users. And in that sense, in Japan does not adopt IPSAS. And however, and we Japanese central government and local government prepare the accrual-based financial statements. However, we Japan not report the financial statements. That does not explain about it. And so we have to, it is important to report the general purpose financial statements, and how to report and how to make various stakeholders understandable the financial situation of the public entity. And it is so important to make focus on the reporting. And so, and another point, and longer term perspective for fiscal sustainability, it is important, as we learned in the morning session, and it is important to how to implement a performance budgeting successfully, productively, and so how to relate the financial statements to budgetary information, and it is important. And so additionally, it is important to develop system capacity, and so how we IPSASB should pay more attention to the systems and information systems, and how to categorize, how to link the financial statements to budgetary information and budget structure and the expenditure structures, and make clear. So it's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Important points. Andrew.
Thanks, Thomas. I'm a bit slow with understanding the strategy and where we're going. It was presented at the CAG on Monday, and I've been having discussions with a couple of people during the week to try and just understand the difference between the old one and the proposal here. And I'm starting to understand it. It's a little bit more nuanced rather than a striking difference from one to the other. And the words used of evolution, help me to phrase that. So just the one comment on that, I think when we do go out on this, we need to be very clear about that, around how does it compare to the evolution, that people understand what they're commenting on, as opposed to just, I thought this is what we're doing already. What was the one? The larger concern I have, I think, is around the resources and the time. We do, Ross, you said we've got limited, staff members here. We don't have the reams and teams of other international standard setters or people that produce a lot of this guidance. Let me just say I am supportive of the direction. I can see the worry in your eye, Thomas, but I am supportive of the direction. But I think we need to, when we do go out on this, is give stakeholders some sort of a direction as to how are we going to decide what to prioritize in terms of what goes into a standard setting, what goes into the implementation, how that might change, because that could change based on the short term and the longer term as needs change as the world's change. And I think just even as a board member, in going through future decisions around how to prioritize, what would be a standard setting project, what we're going to put into implementation, it was difficult for me going through this latest work program to try and get that balance and formulate a picture as to what do I prioritize or not. It may be useful to have some form of principles or just guiding rough guides that we can use and reflect on as to how do we best optimize these types of resources. And I guess just to manage expectations there as well, I think, IPSASB explains it's very exciting and everyone's like, we want to, tomorrow, all 105 pages of it. But we can't, produce things at that sort of a pace, right? It's going to be a much slower effort when it comes through to that. Due process, I do just have a question. I know it's not part of the strategy, but it would be useful just to start getting thought as what is the due process around IPSASB explain? How does this work? I think I raised it at the the PIC last year, is how does the PIC exercise the oversight of, in our current strategy, that bottom part of the wheel? And I think our due process in the PIC oversight is quite, well formulated for the top part. If we're shifting more to the bottom part, we need to start thinking about how that evolves, both for the PIC and for ourselves. Yeah, I think that was it. Thank you.
No, thanks. Thanks, Andrew. Ross, do you want to immediately respond to the due process part, probably?
Yeah, so due process applies to our application of due process to develop standards. It's crystal clear in that, and it was designed with that. So what we do around implementation and supporting that, as long as it's not going beyond the standards, is not in due process. So we wouldn't go to the PIC and show them IPSASB explains and ask them, are you okay? Because what they do is they look at, have we applied our due process in developing the standards, which are the authoritative guidance. But they have insight into our activities through when we talk to them about our work programs, our strategy, which we're required to go to them because of due process. So it's not the same as a project because we're not developing a standard. And we wouldn't develop IPSASB explains for areas where we don't have standards, because that wouldn't be appropriate. If we need the standard, we have to develop the standard. If it relates to the principles in the standard, we need to go through due process to change those. If it's the implementation style things we've been talking about in IPSASB explains, better explaining those, helping people apply them, that's not a due process issue. And actually, the standards we take to the PIC, half of what we give the PIC, technically, they don't need to look at because it's non-authoritative parts of the standards. I think that's similar for most standard setters, where they, their oversight arrangements wouldn't get into their educational or whatever they call what we're calling IPSASB explains type material. Their due process committees and their oversight would focus on their authoritative standards and what they do with their resources to create those standards.
Thanks, Ross, for that clarification. I think, Andrew, when you said I look concerned, probably I think that came from the statement you made that you're not clear with the strategy proposal we are making, I think that concerns me because we are not making any strategy proposal. That's about that's for you to develop the strategy proposal, and we are just suggesting starting the process. And I think what has happened over the the week, including the CAG, has been the update on initiatives the staff has developed over the past weeks, months, which is not saying that already describes the strategy of the board going forward. It's part of the activities. And now I think what probably was the observation is that the initiatives, the activities are already broader than the code of the current strategy, and therefore it would be time to think about what do we want to do in terms of strategy as a board. So we are not proposing, or I'm not proposing, staff is not proposing a strategy. We are just reporting on what is already happening. What did we hear from stakeholders? How did we started responding on that? And doesn't that lead us into a need for now we need to discuss strategy as a board as a whole? I think that's the point. All right. Okay. Soccer is already starting. So Mexico already scored the first goal, I guess. Not to worry you. All right. I don't see further comments or further flags for the moment. So I and I hope I understood that right. So support for the approach presented by Eileen. That means we will start the discussion on strategy in the September meeting. And I think we heard a lot of very good input. Thank you very much for that. Eileen typed like wild next to me, so probably yeah, you will need a week to order that, or yeah, ChatGPT. Okay, using AI. But no, thank you very much. I think that has already been very helpful and very inspiring. So with that, thanks, Eileen. That was fantastic. Leading us over to the impatiently awaited Program and Technical Directors Report. I heard already questions over lunch. How do the slides look like this time? So everybody is really looking forward to what comes next. So Ross, over to you.
So I've been getting a few extra gray hairs as I've tried to think about what I'm going to do this time to make it. Well, they're almost all gray. So, you know, what am I going to do? I'm going to talk about baseball. Well, today is actually the start of the FIFA World Cup, and I believe the first goal has probably just been scored based on the cheering out there. But so I thought I would start off by just having a picture of one of the FIFA stadiums that you might have all seen at a trip to Toronto in the past. This is Toronto's BMO Field. That's temporarily been called Toronto Field, where you can go and buy a very overpriced ticket to watch all the teams play if you happen to be in Toronto. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit cheap and I didn't get any tickets to go watch them play, but I'm going to cheer around the city while I get the opportunity. But I think it's a fun time for the board. I think most of us have a team or a team close to us that are participating. And I recall previous board meetings when Euros and World Cup was going on. It's a very exciting time for the board. So we're maybe 1 week early to really take advantage of it. I'm sure if we were doing this meeting next week, we'd have members disappearing at odd hours for a 2-3 hour block to cheer for against somebody faking a birthday so they could disappear early today and go watch a game. But we might get you there closely in time. But anyway, let's move through the report. I'll keep it relatively short. So meeting progress, just wanted to say great work, IPSASB. The last few meetings, we've always been talking about approvals, but we didn't have any major approvals at this meeting. It's kind of a consolidation meeting, but I think we did achieve a lot. And I always like to take the time to just stop, pause, and look at what we did achieve. So I think we did take a very important strategic decision for the entire board on COV and IPSAS 31. That project will come back in September, and we'll start the discussions on what that's going to look like. One point on this project that I'd like to note is I don't believe we'll be using the task force going forward. I think we're at the point now where we've got the strategic direction the board needs to go. It's relatively straightforward. There's work to do, but I think leave it on the staff to go and work that up and bring it back, and we'll get the feedback from the entire board when we talk about it in September. Really good input and feedback from the board as well on climate-related disclosures, phase 2 public policy outcomes. I think that gives us lots to chew on for the staff side. I think they're right behind me, so I'm having a tough time looking at them to see if they're going to throw something at me. But we got good feedback, and we still got lots to work through on that project. So that'll definitely be prominently in the agenda in September. Work program consultation, we had a very good discussion of the feedback. The breakout sessions were really helpful to make sure we had good discussions on all the topics and hear from broader than just the board by getting observers and technical advisors involved in the discussion. Strategy kickoff, I think we had a really good discussion on that, maybe in a good depth where we're starting to already get into some of the issues that we need to flesh out properly in the strategy consultation and in the future strategy. Implementation initiatives kind of fits very closely together with the strategy changes and all of the changes that we're making. And then I think it was I found it really useful, I'm sure others did, to hear on the emerging issues and hear on the discussions from Estonia today and how technology is being used effectively in their financial reporting model, how they're thinking about changing and bringing AI in, and then hearing from IFAC about IP and some of the risks being managed around intellectual property, brand value, and the use of AI in multiple ways, which I thought was, I've seen Michelle give that presentation a couple of times. And every time she gets a little bit better and a little more in depth on areas where IFAC as the organization's really trying to understand the impact of AI on the accounting profession, on the standards that IFAC owns and manages, including ours, and how to protect that intellectual property going forward.
And what I want to emphasize regarding the picture is that other than Maradona, we didn't need the hand of God to be successful, right? He needed it to cheat. We did kind of honest work here.
See, I put that on there just because I knew somebody was going to make a point about that. But I was playing around with AI, and I said, what's the most famous, soccer goal ever? And it gave me the Maradona goal. And that was one of the only ones I knew as well. I am a bit of a soccer fan, but I don't know all the famous goals. So anyway, no hand of God in that work program. So meeting update. In a few moments, I'm going to ask Edith to come up from the African Union, and she's going to give us a bit of an overview of the meeting in Accra, our first meeting in Africa in over a decade. But before getting to that, there's a few more slides. But I did want to just highlight this is our successful first 3-day meeting after having many years of 4-day meetings, and I think we're still able to achieve everything we wanted to achieve. I think the energy's been high the whole meeting, and I think it's a good change. I think September might be a little busier. Might have to work a little harder to jam everything in, but I think we'll be able to successfully do that. And I just wanted to let everyone know that we're not proposing any Q3 check-in meeting at this time. We'd like the full quarter for the staff to work through and get ready for September and start moving these implementation initiatives along. This was a meeting of celebrations. So we started kind of a new tour here. I just want to say, if you want us to celebrate your birthday during a meeting, and it is your birthday, you have to tell us in some way. We don't want to breach any personal information. We don't go into any, confidential records to take birthdays. But if we find out it's your birthday, there's a good chance you're going to have a slide with the same hat and sunglasses that our birthday slide creator Dave likes to create. So whether you get like a famous landmark behind you, balloons, or exploding fireworks, it all depends on when your birthday is, time of year, where we are. But more than happy to continue to do the birthday celebrations. And I was really surprised to have 3 birthdays right after each other in a week. So, we might have to start ordering IPSASB cakes if this keeps up. But I think it was a fun addition, and always happy to try and add a little fun around where we can.
You need an additional budget line then, probably.
We could probably scrounge up some money for a cake here and there. We tried, but so yeah, if your birthday's in September around the board meeting, be careful where you post it, because if we find out, you're going to end up on a slide. So, oh, I didn't know this had animation. Someone's animated after I did it. And then thank you, last but not least, I did want to give a couple of thank yous. Obviously, thank you to the IMF for hosting us here this entire week, all the hard work that the many staff from the IMF have put into this, the leadership of IMF, this fantastic room. I also want to thank IFAC for letting us have Lauren and Steph here all week to take care of all our needs and help make the meeting go smoothly. Really has been a fantastic meeting, and maybe a round of applause for our IMF for having us here and taking such good care of us. Questions? If any.
Any questions? No, don't see any questions. So probably the next question is, what about Ghana? Edith, do you want to join us here?
We're just going to welcome Edith from the African Union, who's coming to join us. And the African Union has been a great supporter of the IPSASB for many, many years. So we're very happy to welcome Edith to the table. I think it was about 2 years ago when Edith was at one of the meetings where she approached me and said, we need to have a meeting in Africa. And we started having conversations about locations and timings, and quickly landed on the September 2026 meeting, and that we would potentially be hosted in Ghana. And Edith and her team has made that happen. And Edith, I'm very happy to welcome you and looking forward to you sharing us a little bit more on the preparations for September.
Thank you very much, Ross, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity given to African Union to host the IPSAS board meeting for September. We are also grateful to you, Ross, for the support to get this far, as well as the staff and accepting us to host this meeting. I just want to say a few words about African Union and why we are hosting the board meeting in September. African Union is a continental intergovernmental organization of 55 African countries. And our target is to have a prosperous, integrated, peaceful, culturally vibrant, people-driven, and globally influential continent. One of our aspirations out of the 7 aspirations we have for Agenda 2063 is to have an Africa of good governance. And for that matter, African Union Commission works towards having a good governance continent. And one of the ways we want to do this is the Finance Directorate, working with bodies like PAFA, like Association of African Accountants General, to ensure there is public financial management, good public financial management activities carried out yearly in any of the member states. One of these activities is what we want to do in Ghana in September. We are sure that as we continue having this public financial management programs, it leads to quality, transparent, and relevant accounting and reporting. That goes a long way to ensure that we have good governance in the countries of African Union. We did this last year in Uganda, and this year we are going into Ghana. And this is why we want to host the board in Ghana to see what it will lead to in terms of reporting for our countries. So I just want to I just want to talk about what will happen in September with few slides. The first slide is talking about the dates from 15 to 17 September, where African Union Commission is hosting the board with one of our member states being Ghana. I want to say that normally our activities in African Union involves our countries or the member states, and this is why we are working with Ghana to make sure this is achieved. This activity is actually going to involve three programs. The first one is talking about the 14th of September, where we plan to have a public financial management program. We want to work with bodies like AAAG, which is the Association of African Accountants General, and PAFA members, as well as some other institutions, public institutions, to talk about those implementing IPSAS accrual. Then we have the board meeting from the 15th to 17th of September. I highlighted the date 15th to 17th of September because initially I thought it was 15th to 18th, but just to confirm, it is 15th to 17th, and then the last part is talking about the weather in Ghana. Around September, it's quite hot, not too hot, it's manageable. We'll have a low of 23 degrees and a high of 27, around that. So I think it will be manageable to everyone who would be there. So one thing that will be of interest to everyone is how they will be able to get into Ghana in terms of visa processes. So in this slide, we talked about three ways we can get visa to Ghana. The first one, option A, is through the electronic travel authorization method. And this one has a free or no cost visa for African countries. Then there's also a free visa for countries that have bilateral agreements with Ghana. But all other countries will pay a fee of $260 to get a visa for Ghana. And this will be done through a portal, which I have put the link there, and within 48 hours, the visa is ready. Apart from that, there is an option B, which is a regular visa. So this one applies to the various Ghana embassies in our home countries, where you can walk in, and based on their turnaround time and cost, you'll be able to get your visa. But there's a third option, which is the most preferred, and is actually termed a concessionary visa. It is the one that is applied for through the help of a host institution. At this point, I want to say that in Ghana, we are working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Finance to host the board. And Ministry of Finance has delegated the Controller and Accountant General Department of Ghana to be the lead institution that will host IPSAS board. So this institution would be the one to work with African Union to secure the visa for anyone within this group that will want to come to Ghana for between this period for this program. And there are certain things that are required, which will be provided by anyone who wants to go through option C to get a visa. They would require that you give us a copy of your biodata. We would put together a list of any member who wants to apply for the visa through this process by you providing us your full name, the date of birth, your passport number, and an email address. I want to assure you your data would be secured. It is confidential because it will be through only one source, and it will be handled by an officer who is actually the one who provides visa to anyone who applies for visa. So your data is assured. Within 48 hours, your visa will be secured, but we initially would need an approval from the Ministry of Interior, which will be done by the Controller and Accountant General. Once you provide this information, you don't bother about what goes on, but your visa would be done or prepared for you at a halved price. So it will not be $260, but it's at the half price. And we are sure that this will be done within the period before you travel to Ghana. There was a precedent last year when IPSASB had a program in Ghana. We used the same process for them, and the visas were ready before they traveled. At the airport, when you arrive, there will be a dedicated labeled booth for IPSAS board or any participants that will be coming to Ghana for this particular period and for the program. So everybody who gets to the airport will just go to that booth for your entry processes. As I mentioned from the beginning, on the 14th of September, we intend to have the Public Financial Management Program, and this one will be held by African Union Commission together with Government of Ghana, but it will be jointly organized with PAFA as well as IPSASB. We would also include the Institute of Chartered Accountants Ghana and other government institutions. The topics, we are concluding on the topics that will be discussed on that day, but it is all geared towards understanding the kind of challenges the implementers of accrual IPSAS have been facing in the continent. I am sure this is one of the methods or the avenue for IPSAS board to start implementing the strategy we just talked about. So it was good that that was presented before this presentation. So maybe that will be a good start for what has been talked about right now. So IPSAS board members are invited to this program on the 14th. Other activities we intend to undertake is the Women's Network Program, which we are going to collaborate with the Women's Accountants Association of Ghana. There is a Women's Accountants Association in Ghana that normally have programs for women. So we have started touching base with them to have a program on one of the days for the Women's Network of IPSAS board. Then I don't know the number of days we'll have free, but we will make sure we have at least one social activity that would be in terms of culture and tourism. And so we will be working with the staff to get the appropriate day for this particular activity to happen. One other important aspect is our accommodation in Ghana. So we are working with 4 points of Sheraton, and we have blocked the date between 10th and 22nd of September 2026 to book for our accommodation. It means that anybody who wants to stay in Ghana from this group between the 10th and 22nd would be able to get the rate that has been agreed of $250 per night for participants. It is advised that we start booking early so that we don't lose any of the days. The hotel will provide airport shuttle as a complimentary facility to our boarding or our accommodation in this particular hotel. And the government of Ghana has promised to provide official vehicles to us as well as police escort where necessary to ease our movement in Ghana. Actually, sorry, on the other slide, I don't know how to go back, sorry. But on the other slide, there is a booking link which we'll use to book that will provide us with the rate we have talked about. So there is no need to worry to introduce yourself or anything. just a few pictures on the next slide about the facilities in the hotel. And
do you want to jump in
thank
at
you
that
very
point?
much.
Just to come in and thank you, Edith, for the good overview. And just to say that booking link will also circulate in the meeting registration that we're going to send out hopefully within the next week to 10 days so that you can already start to make your plans and register. So we'll make sure that everybody gets that through the formal booking link as well. And yeah, it looks like a fantastic arrangement so far, and we look forward to the opportunity to visit Ghana.
Yeah, thank you also from my side for that very helpful information. I think, as you saw, members are kind of like writing and noting, making notes throughout your presentation. I think that's a lot of clarity already provided that early on, very helpful. Really appreciate the 14th of September event because that is kind of like even like an African FRIF meeting, a regional financial reporting implementation forum meeting. And that's 100% kind of like, as you said, integrated with what we discussed just with the strategy, the initiatives, and what we just discussed earlier. So Edith, very much, thank you very much for all this helpful information. And of course, thank you for kind of your willingness to having us, for hosting us in September in Ghana with the help and support of the government of Ghana. That's I'm definitely looking forward. I told you I have been there already for 3 times in Ghana, Accra especially. So I'm very much looking forward. I can promise you, you will like it. Renee, you have a question.
Yeah, maybe I missed it. Just a couple of details. Did you mention the name of the hotel? And my other question is for the visa option C, you're going to share your information for us, like you're going to give us a call to action, I suppose. We'll be expecting an email from you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mentioned the hotel 4 Point by Sheraton, and we will send an email address to which you provide the information, and only one email address will put the information together and submit to Ghana. Thank you.
All right. Further questions? Seems not to be the case. So thank you very much, Edith. It was very comprehensive and reassuring. Oh, Judith.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Only a quick question. If we need a kind of vaccine or other requirement to enter to the territory. Thank you.
So we need the yellow fever vaccination, and that you can get from your country before you come. Yeah. Thank you.
Is there any time limit how old this yellow fever vaccination could be?
I think it's 10 days.
Days or
period
years?
before.
You have it.
If you have it, you have it, right? But they are
Yes,
yeah.
but you get it 10 days at least
Yeah,
before you
okay,
come.
okay. No, I heard kind of countries are requesting it should not be older than 10 years. And that is what I said. Because mine is, I was a young chap when I received it. I am of the kind of view that it's sufficient, but I have doubts that everybody kind of...
10 days after before you travel.
Yeah, okay. Vaccination expert.
Not a vaccination expert, not by any means. But what I recommend is go to your local travel clinic and check with your requirements for your country. Because I think most countries will have a travel clinic. They'll say you're going here. These are the vaccinations our Ministry of Health recommends you get to travel to that destination. And sometimes that's a requirement to get back in, that you've got the right one. So just do your homework. Don't leave it too long. So if you haven't traveled to Africa recently and to places where you need yellow fever, you will need that, and you don't leave that till right before you travel.
Thank you, Ross. Hervé Adrien?
Thank you. Is the 4 Point by Sheraton Hotel the one at Accra Airport? Okay. Okay, thank you.
You seem to know that.
So what?
Is that like a concerning question or a reassuring question? All right, we can talk about that
I've been a globetrotter, you know.
Okay. All right. Parfait. Merci. All right. So I think you have answered all questions so far, and thank you very much for that. Yeah. And with that, I think I can bring the June meeting to an official close. A last big thank you from my side also to the IMF in person, Mariana and Ramon. It's always nicer to look into a face if you say thank you. So thank you very much. That was just amazing. We really loved being here. So it was a lovely meeting. Thank you very much. Thanks to you. It was a lovely meeting. So thanks. As Ross couldn't do that, oh yeah, Mariana, yeah, of course. Fantastic, thank you. So Ross obviously couldn't do that, but I can do that. I want to thank staff for the great work in preparing the meeting, but also kind of for the great work in between the meetings. As you can imagine, as you potentially got a flavor, there has been a lot kind of happening between March and June, which all then culminates here in the presentations. So thank you very much for the great work to staff. And explicitly want to mention staff leadership, Ross and Dave. So thank you very much for the great work you have done in kind of steering and leading the staff. Sometimes translating my weird messages into understandable words for the staff. So I think that's very much appreciated. And don't want to forget Lauren and staff again. I think that has been fantastic. Thank you again. I think for you, Lauren, from Friday to Thursday, staying here. That is just amazing. And without you, too, then the meeting would not have gone that smooth as it did. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I definitely want to close it officially. I want to ask members to kind of reconvene for the closed session, let's say at 4. Let's give us 15 minutes of a break and then kind of reconvene. Thank you.